A Baby for Joy. The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 15. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Chapter 1. Joy sat at home alone. She glanced out the window to see gentle snowflakes falling. Wanting to get a better look at the first snow of the season, she pushed herself to her feet. It was awkward getting around with her pregnancy at this late stage. As pretty a picture as the snow made, watching it alone caused isolation to gnaw at her insides. Having grown up with a rowdy house full of 5 sisters, an older half-sister, and 2 older half-brothers, it made her quiet household intolerable. She was alone every day when Isaac went to work, every day but Sunday, their day of rest. She'd once dreaded him leaving of a morning, but now with things how they were between them, it was better with him gone. At least there was no tension when she was alone. Everything had turned sour between them when she'd been caught in a moral dilemma. Only she knew the full truth of the matter, and it wasn't what everyone thought. If Isaac hadn't reacted the way he had, she would have happily shared that information with him. He was a stubborn man. She'd only recently realized how much so. Technically, she hadn't done wrong, but she couldn't tell him that now. The way he'd behaved, he didn't deserve to know the truth. He should have trusted her, or forgiven her, or something. Maybe she'd never tell him. But then, would he always treat her as though he regretted marrying her? It was not a good situation, not with the baby only weeks away from arriving. It was not the marriage she thought she'd have. He'd been the ideal husband once, so kind-hearted and loving. How quickly things could change. Noticing her breath had fogged the window, she picked up the end of her long apron and cleaned a circular section so she could see out. By not telling him the truth, was she being as stubborn as he? No. She had to stand her ground and see how long it took for his heart to soften. When it did, she'd reward him and tell him what had happened. It then occurred to her that she was putting him through a test. If that was so, he wasn't doing very well. In fact, he was failing. Her dog, Goldie, walked up to her. When she looked down, he licked her hand. His dark eyes were fixed on hers, full of concern. Patting his head, she said, "I'm okay. We'll get through this." Then she turned her attention to her belly. "Everything will be okay when this Bopley arrives. It can't be too soon for me, that is for sure." All she'd wanted from Isaac was pure love, in its unconditional form. Was that too much to ask of a husband? A husband that was soon to be a father to their first child? More than anything, she wanted to go home, back to the orchard. She now longed for the place that once drove her crazy. There was always a buzz of excitement around the house with all of her sisters. Sure, there were arguments, disagreements every day, and even the odd insult thrown about. Along with the squabbles and the tears, there was also fun and so much laughter. Sadly, those days were behind her. Even if things got worse between her and Isaac, she could never go home, would never leave him. She'd made vows before Gott, and despite the way he was treating her, she still loved him. She made her way back to the couch, and Goldie jumped up beside her and made himself comfortable. Joy stared into the fire, longing for her baby to be born. Then she'd have someone to love and give all her attention to, and someone who'd love her in return. It would be a complete love, one that could never be broken, weakened, or destroyed. Both hands rested on her belly, feeling the movements of her unborn child. Not long to go now, she told herself. Shivering, she looked back out the window, seeing the sprinkling snow as it floated downward. It was a pretty sight. Today, it was far too cold to hitch the buggy and leave the house, even though her heart longed to be with her mother and her sisters. Meanwhile, at the Baker apple orchard, Hope and Fairfax ran hand in hand through the sprinkles of snow toward the house, hurrying to tell Hope's family their good news. Fairfax had just officially asked Hope to marry him, and she'd agreed. Hope breathlessly bounced through the door of her family home ahead of Fairfax. "Guess what, everybody?" she called out. Mom sat on the couch knitting, and Levi was reading the paper next to her. Caroline, Bliss, and Favor were nowhere to be seen, while Cherish sat on the rug by the fire doing nothing. The three in the living room looked up at Hope, who still had a firm grip of Fairfax's hand. She pulled him into the center of the living room in readiness to make the happy announcement. Hope turned her flushed face up to Fairfax, waiting for him to speak. He couldn't help the wide grin that tugged at his lips. "Hope has agreed to marry me, and we're getting married on December the 10th. "Ah, nay!" Mom dropped her knitting into her lap and both hands flew to her cheeks. "That will never do! It's only days away!" "Mom, not this year. Next year," Hope assured her. "Ah!" Mom put her hand to her heart. "You gave me a fright. Well, that is good, then." Mom looked at Levi for approval. "Isn't it?" Levi smiled. "That's the best news I've heard all year. You two make a well-matched pair." Bliss burst out laughing. Hope turned around to see Bliss coming down the stairs. "It sounds like you think they're horses, Dot. They'll make a fine pair to pull the wagon or something." He chuckled. "That's not what I meant. Congratulations to the both of you. Danke, Levi." Fairfax hadn't stopped grinning since he'd got there. Bliss ran to Hope and threw her arm around her waist, accidentally pushing Fairfax aside in the process. "I'm so happy for you both." "Danke, Bliss," Fairfax said, while Hope hugged Bliss back. Cherish also joined the hugging at the same time as she congratulated them. "This is the best news I've ever heard." "I can't wait to tell everybody," Hope said. "They'll find out soon enough. There's plenty of time," Mom told them. "I mean Florence and Joy, also Mercy and Honor. And where are Favor and Caroline?" "Favor and Caroline! Come downstairs now. Hope has exciting news." Hope covered her ears. Cherish sure had a loud voice. Favor ran down the stairs, followed closely by Caroline. "I'm getting married. We're getting married," Hope told Favor. "Oh, I know that," Favor said. "No, you don't. We have a date for the wedding. We've just decided it now," Fairfax added. "When is it?" "It's December next year," Cherish told them. "Let them tell their own news, Cherish," Mom said. "I was." "Congratulations," Caroline said. "Danke. I'll have to call Mercy and Honor." Hope glanced at Fairfax. "We'll have to call them." "Is that all?" Favor asked. "Can we go back upstairs now?" "Sure," Hope said. "Nay," Mom said. "Sit with us and share our excitement instead of being in your room all the day long. Sit down, the two of you, before you rush off making calls," Levi told them. Cherish sat back down on the rug, while Hope and Fairfax sat on the couch next to Mom. Favor and Caroline also sat on the rug with Cherish, warming their backs by the fire. "So you've got a job then, have you? Other than being at the miller's farm?" asked Levi, staring intently at Fairfax. "Not yet, but I will have by then." Hope quickly came to Fairfax's rescue. "That's why we've made it so far in the distance, so we'll have a place to live by then, too." Fairfax added, "I don't want to work with the millers forever, and they know that." "Very good," Levi said. "And Hope, will you be still working at the orchard when you get married? Officially, you're a part owner, or will be as soon as the paperwork is all approved." "I think so." She looked at Fairfax. "Won't I?" "Of course, if that's what you want. You can be here helping your family while I'm working elsewhere." "Unless Florence has work for you here, too," Wilma said, smiling at Fairfax. "I've already mentioned that to her and planted the seed." "Danke, Wilma. That's wunderbar of you." Fairfax spoke his newly learned Pennsylvania Dutch words carefully. "I already mentioned it to them, but it helps that you've done it too, I'm sure. They said there was a worker thinking of leaving, and if he does, I can have his job." Wilma clasped her hands together. "That is wunderbar." Yeah, and that means he'll be working on his old property, his folks' old orchard, just next door, Hope told them. Wilma shook her head. It's a shame your parents sold it, Fairfax. They could have given it to you. I wonder why they didn't do that. You're their only son. It would have been good for me, but that was their retirement money, and they're living off that now. Well, some of us never retire. Wilma stuck her nose in the air. It's good for some. Fairfax told her. That was always their plan, to move to Florida when they were a certain age. They hardly seem old enough. Wilma shrugged. Well, they had me fairly late in life. They're pretty old. Everyone's different, Mom, Cherish said. Mom glared at Cherish. You're a good one to talk about people being different. You're the most different one of all. Cherish ignored another of her mother's barbs and smiled. You can't expect people to work forever when they can retire and live in sunny Florida. And Fairfax is old enough to look after himself. They raised him, and now he's out of the nest, flying on his own. Soaring through the sky, Favor added with a grin. Yeah, they did the right thing escaping from cold and blustery Lancaster County. Caroline pressed her lips together. It's not like this all the time, Favor told her. It's like this most of the time without central heating, Caroline whined. Cherish had to bite her tongue to stop from telling Caroline that she was welcome to go back to her central heating any time she liked. We also have underfloor heating. Oh, was that in the house that burned down? Cherish kept her voice sweet and innocent, even though she was most upset with Caroline for lying about her house burning down. It had been an excuse to stay longer at their house. It was an intolerable situation. She was tempted to tell Levi and Mom about the lie, but if she did, no one would ever trust her with their secrets. There was nothing else for it. She had to play the waiting game to get rid of Caroline. Unless she came up with another idea. The idea about matching Caroline with Eddie had been flawed. If they fell in love, she'd stick around longer. It was the challenge of the thing, the matchmaking, that had consumed Cherish's attention, rather than being focused on the end goal. That's right. The house that burned down was lovely. It was so sad, said Caroline, not daring to look Cherish in the face. Winter always feels like it will never end, said Fairfax. We must celebrate the news of your wedding. Do you have cake or anything nice that you've got hidden away, Wilma? Levi asked. Yeah, we do. I made a fruit cake yesterday for our end-of-year celebrations. It's got that hard almond frosting that you like. We can cut that. Oh, Mom, we don't need to do that, Hope said. Not if it's for Christmas. We do. You can help me make another one tomorrow. I still have enough of all the ingredients. Okay, I'd love that. I'll help too, said Caroline. Cherish tried not to let Caroline ruin this happy family moment. Why would she want to help make the cake when Mom asked Hope to help her? It was clear they wanted to spend mother-daughter time, just the two of them. Levi said, We need to celebrate the good times. There are too many bad things that happen. Cherish had never heard words more depressing, but didn't mind so much if the end result was cake. Fruitcake wasn't sweet enough for her liking, but she loved the white almond frosting. No one would notice if she mostly ate the frosting and slipped a small portion of the part she didn't like to her dog, Caramel. He was always hiding under the table at mealtimes, awaiting a treat. Chapter 2. After dinner that night, the three Baker girls still living at home and Bliss and Caroline put on their warm coats and gathered outside for their usual nightly get-together. Levi went to bed early, leaving Mom alone by the fire knitting. The girls shielded themselves from the sudden gusts of wind by huddling in the entrance of the barn. With her teeth, Caroline drew a cigarette out of the packet, and as she flicked on her lighter, she backed into the barn, away from the wind. It was the first of many cigarettes she'd have that night. Annoyed at the sight, Cherish held her breath. It wouldn't take much for a stray spark to light a fire in their barn that was full of many weeks' supply of hay for their horses. She had to say something, even though she'd been trying her best to get along with their English visitor. "I wish you wouldn't light your cigarettes in the barn." Hope and Favor remained silent and looked at Caroline, waiting for her response. True to form, Caroline lifted her chin in an arrogant manner. "It's perfectly safe. I stomp out the butts, and then in the morning I come out here to pick them up. And anyway, I use a cigarette lighter, so there's no matches. No need to panic." The worst thing about Caroline, Cherish thought, was the way she talked down to her. In fact, mostly every time she opened her mouth, she was doing it to put someone down. The only person she was really nice to was Favor sometimes, and of course Levi and Mom. But she had to be nice to them or they would have sent her packing. Favor had finally given up her bed for Caroline to sleep in while she slept on the floor on a thin mattress. Central heating or not, Caroline had it too good here, and that's why she didn't want to go home. Cherish ground her teeth and then smiled sweetly, hoping no one would see she was seething inside. "You must be missing your parents by now." "I don't miss them, and they don't miss me. Anyway, they're away for Christmas." That was the worst news ever. That meant she'd be here for Christmas, the New Year, and possibly beyond. "Is that right?" Cherish bit down on the inside of her lip. "It is." "Where did they go without you?" Hope asked. "They're vacationing in Scotland. My dad's family has a castle there." "Good for him," Cherish snapped, forgetting the bit about trying to be nice. Caroline smiled. "It is good for them. It's a historic landmark now. They give tours over it." "Oh, wait. They give tours over the castle, just like I'm planning tours of the orchard and the Be Right Honey Company. I didn't even register that until just now. It must be in my genes." She laughed, which was more of a snort, while smoke trailed out of her mouth. "I thought Eddie's father didn't agree with the tours," Favor said. "I'm working on that. I can see it'll be a good moneymaker. They'll come around to see it my way. I'm going to be rolling in money when it gets going." Cherish frowned. "I don't think it'll bring in that much money. It might bring in a bit. There's also the book I'm going to write about my stay here." Cherish ignored that last remark. It was too horrible to think about all the terrible things she'd say about her if she was ever to write that book. "If you want to do tours of our orchard, you'll have to talk with Florence about it. She's in charge now with the new ownership arrangement." "I know that, Cherish. I'm not stupid. I'm just waiting until I know her a little better before I ask." "I'm sure Florence will like the idea. She used to give tours to the school children," Hope said. "So I heard." Caroline puffed some more on her cigarette. "I took over from her doing that. It was fun." Cherish glared at Caroline. "Remind me why they didn't take you to Scotland." Caroline shrugged her shoulders as though she didn't have a care. "They've never taken me on vacation. Even when I was young, they always had a relative look after me while they went." "That hardly seems fair," said Favor. "Dot always used to take us on vacation when we were young." "Have you ever gone anywhere with Levi and your mother?" Caroline asked the girls. Hope was the one who answered. "Nay, not now, because there's too much work to do around the orchard." Cherish added, "Dot had things better organized." "So, Cherish, are you saying your father was better than Levi?" Cherish put her hands on her hips. "I'm not saying any such thing." Then she shook her finger at Caroline. "And don't you repeat anything of the kind and say that I've said it, because I haven't. I didn't." "Calm down." Caroline rounded her lips into an O shape and popped in the end of a cigarette into her mouth before she drew in a deep breath. "You smoke so much you look like a chimney. Maybe you are a chimney." Cherish giggled, but none of the other girls did. Her sisters just looked downward, and that made Cherish feel rude and a little mean. Caroline dropped what was left of her cigarette on the ground and squished it into the dirt with the pointy toe of her boot. Why do you come outside with us if you're just going to be horrible all the time? Why don't you stay inside the house with your mother? We come out here to have a nice time with just us girls. Cherish's lips turned down at the corners. If she was supposed to feel empathetic, she didn't. You've got your own home and your own folks, so why are you still here? That's what I want to know. Is your own life so awful that you want to leave your family and be part of this one? Stop it, Cherish, said Favor. You're being dreadful. Why is that dreadful? Is it dreadful, Hope? Hope grimaced. Yeah, a little. I don't mean it in a rude way. I just want to know. I mean, fine, you wanted your pen pal to stay, Favor, and there's nothing wrong with that. But did you want the pen pal to move in with you? And for you to sleep on your own floor until you move out and get married? Is that what you want? No one knows who you are anymore, Favor, because it feels like you're not here. Cherish knew she'd said too much, but it had all tumbled out of her mouth before she could stop it. I'm not sleeping on the floor. I'm perfectly fine on the mattress. And she'd let me sleep on the bed if I wanted to, wouldn't you, Caroline? Caroline cocked her head to one side. Well, no, not really. I like sleeping in a proper bed. And I should, because I'm a guest. When my mother entertains her friends, they don't lift a finger. She does everything for them, and they get to choose their own guest bedroom. And a chef comes to our house to do the cooking. Cherish looked at Favor, waiting for her to grow a backbone and say something. But she didn't. That hardly seems fair about the bed thing. I think turnabout is a wonderful thing, and it's not as though you're a guest who's here for just a few days, Caroline. You've been here for what, 5 years now? Don't be ridiculous. I haven't even been here for 1. It feels like it. Can you both stop arguing? Hope asked. I've had a lovely day, and I just want to feel good. I don't want to feel awful inside all the time, and that's what I feel when you girls argue. It's not me, it's her, Cherish pointed out. Can't we talk about something else? Asked Hope. Something that we all want to talk about? Favor said, I've got some nice news. Caroline is going out on a date with Eddie. Caroline stared at Favor. What makes you think I want anyone and everyone to know that? I'm sorry, but why wouldn't you want everyone to know? Because it's personal and private. You told me. Favor's voice was meek. I had to tell you because we always spend every day together. I had to tell you where I was going. But he's collecting you from here, so everybody else will find out sooner or later. Eddie the beekeeper, hey? Cherish couldn't keep the smirk from her face. I didn't think he'd be attracted to someone like you, Caroline. What do you mean, someone like me? He normally goes for attractive girls. As soon as she said it, Cherish knew she'd gone too far, so she quickly added, I'm joking. Of course you're very attractive, Caroline. Just as attractive as all the girls I've seen him with over the last few weeks. Every bit as pretty. The smoke caught in Caroline's throat, and she coughed and then put a hand up to her throat. Exactly how many girls have you seen him with? Oh, not that many. Don't panic. He's not a womanizer or anything. He takes his relationship seriously. Not too serious by the sounds of it, Hope said. Exactly how many girls have you seen him with? Caroline took a step toward her. Cherish moved back, bumping into the barn door as she did so. She couldn't go back any further. All she could do was stare into Caroline's face, hoping she wouldn't come any closer. Only one a few days ago and one a couple of weeks before that. Not that many. Yes, you've already mentioned that once or twice. Caroline looked down at the ground, seeming most upset. Don't worry. I think you have both the looks and the personality to hold his interest, said Hope. He is kind of cute, when I think about it. Thank you, Caroline said, giving Hope a somewhat doubtful smile. He has dimples. I think I should go inside and keep Mom company. Cherish headed to the house, wrapping her coat tighter around her to keep out the biting cold air. Chapter 3. Now Cherish was away from the annoying girls outside, and she wanted to do something productive with her time. She went upstairs and got the baby dress she'd gotten from Joy. Surely Mom could knit something just as good. Once she'd fetched it, she walked down the wooden stairs as quietly as she could so she wouldn't wake Levi. He might come downstairs and stay up longer, and she wanted some alone time with her mother. Mom looked up at her over her knitting. "Take a look at this dress." Cherish sat down on the opposite couch to Wilma and held up the dress. "Oh, that's so pretty. Bring it here so I can have a closer look." Cherish sprang to her feet and moved over and flopped down next to her mother. Wilma put her knitting down and then took hold of the dress and studied it. "This is wunderbar. It's the prettiest thing I've ever seen." "Joy likes it too." Cherish swallowed hard and threw out a hint to her mother. "I'm trying to find someone who could knit something like this." "Ah, nay, Cherish." "Nay? This has been made by a machine. A knitting machine." "I didn't know such a thing existed. Can we get one?" "Nay, we can't. It'd be too costly. They have machines for everything nowadays." "But surely someone could do the same with knitting needles, yeah? Very fine and small ones using small and skinny wool?" "I don't think so. It wouldn't be the same. This wool is so fine, too fine in size." "It doesn't have to be the same, but could you make something similar for Joy?" Wilma shook her head, still staring at the dress. "No, and look at the bows and the roses. It's something only a machine could do." "You're kind of like a machine, Mom, with your fingers wielding the knitting needles, going at 120 miles per hour every night. I can't believe how fast you can knit. No one can knit like you." Wilma passed the dress back to her. "Flattery won't work this time. It simply can't be done." Cherish's shoulders lowered. "Could you try?" Wilma stared at Cherish. "What is your interest in this dress? I feel you're up to something." "I'm not. I want it for Joy's Bopley." Wilma recommenced her knitting. "Whose is the dress?" "Joy borrowed it from somebody." "It would have had to be from an Englisher. It's too fancy a dress for one of our Bopleys to wear a thing like that." "I know that, but I thought it would be nice for Joy to put her baby in something like this for just around the house." Mom raised her eyebrows. "Why would you want to do that?" "Not me. Joy. I'm not having a Bopley." Mom chortled. "Not for some years, anyway, I'd hope." Cherish smiled. It was a rare thing that her mother smiled or laughed these days. "That's right. I wouldn't be having one for a very long time. I have to find the perfect man first." "No men are perfect. If you think that, you'll be very disappointed." Wilma cackled. Cherish wished that people would stop telling her she wouldn't find the perfect man, because she knew in her heart she would. She'd met a lot of nice men, but none that were nice enough to marry. There was Adam Wengard, but Bliss had managed to snatch him up from right under her nose. She'd tried to win back his attention, but now he only had eyes for Bliss. "Got nothing to say?" Mom sniggered. "You can laugh, but the man I marry will be perfect. You'll see, and then you won't be laughing. You'll be baking him apple pies and fussing over him. He'll be your favorite son-in-law." "Only just last week you said you weren't getting married at all." "I think I said I'll not get married unless I find him. It's not as though I've made the decision not to get married." "I thought you wanted to be like your Aunt Dagmar." "I do. She was such a wonderful woman. So hard-working, caring, versatile." "Versatile?" "Yeah." "Do you even know what the word means?" "Of course I do." "What was she versatile about?" Mom's eyes twinkled with amusement. "She could do so many things and do them all so well. I do miss her teaching me things like basket weaving." Mom didn't say anything, but Cherish knew Mom disliked Aunt Dagmar, and that was the very reason she had been sent to stay with her when she was being punished. "You thought she'd straighten me out, didn't you?" "And she did, so I was right." "She didn't have to, because I straightened myself out by the time I got there." Mom chuckled and kept knitting. Cherish looked down at the dress in her hands. "I wonder if Florence could—" "I told you that nobody can knit that," Mom snapped. "I find it hard to believe that the machine can do something better than a person with knitting needles." "Well, I can't help what you believe or don't believe. I'm just telling you what the truth of the matter is." "What will I do, Mom? Now I've got a problem. I told Joy I'd get someone to make this." Mom sighed. "You'll just have to go back and tell her no one can do it. Why doesn't she just find out what store her friend bought it at and buy it from there? It's simple, don't you think? You always make everything seem hard." Cherish couldn't tell her mother why Joy couldn't go to the baby store from where the dress was bought. "I'm not going to give up. I'll do it myself if I have to." "When will you ever grow up, Cherish? I'm telling you quite plainly and simply the truth about something, and you won't listen. You're most annoying." Cherish bounded to her feet. "I'll find a way. I'm going to take this to the wool shop in town, and I'll ask the lady there. She'll give me the wool and the knitting needles that I'll need. It can't be that hard. I can do it, I'm sure." "Then will you believe it when someone else tells you the exact same thing?" Cherish shrugged. "I don't know yet. We'll just have to wait and see." "You will. You'll believe a stranger and ignore your own mother. You're so strong-minded, and I don't know where you get that from. I'm not like that, and your father wasn't either." Unable to keep the grin from her face, Cherish suggested, "Maybe I get it from Aunt Dagmar." "Even she wasn't like that." "Well, she might have been. She certainly made her opinions about things known." Cherish walked to the stairs, and just as she had her foot on the bottom step, she turned and faced her mother. "And why do I have to take after someone? Why can't I just be myself? I'm an individual." "Cherish, you've never said a truer word." They stared at one another for a moment, each of them refusing to blink. Then Mom said, "Now go up to your room so I can knit in peace." "I'm going." Cherish wanted to stomp up the stairs, but she couldn't because Levi was asleep. It should have been nice sitting down with her mother while the other girls were outside, but it was hard to get along with her when she never agreed with anything. Chapter 4. With her thickest coat and her warmest cup and a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, Cherish strolled through the orchard the next morning, checking that everything was okay and all the fences were still up. It was something that Florence had insisted someone do once a day. Today, it was her turn. When she headed back to the house, she noticed a buggy. They had a visitor. When she looked closer, she saw it was Joy's buggy. Then she saw Joy's dog, Goldie, jumping about and playing with Caramel. The two dogs were the best of friends. When Joy had lived at home, the two dogs had spent all day together. Picking up her pace, Cherish grabbed hold of the sides of her long dress and hurried to the house. She burst through the back door to see Joy sitting down at the table with Mom and Hope. She unwrapped the blanket from her body and held it under her arm. "Joy, I didn't know you were coming today. I've missed you." The dogs pushed open the back door and ran into the house, bringing the biting cold wind with them. "Get those creatures out," Mom yelled at Cherish, "and close that door." "They're dogs, Mom, not creatures," Cherish said, moving toward the door. "They're just excited," Hope told their mother. Cherish managed to get the dogs out, discarded her coat and the blanket, and then sat down at the table. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought Goldie here," Joy said. "It's okay, Joy. They're fine when they're outside. Get them out, Cherish. There's food on the table, and the dogs are covered in dirt." "I just put them out." "Oh." Mom looked around. Gut. What's the birth process like, Mom? Joy looked at her mother expectantly, while Cherish grimaced, not sure whether she wanted to hear the answer. This is where I leave. Hope sprang to her feet. Nice to see you, Joy. I'm going to my bedroom. I'll come down and see you before you go. Then she looked at Cherish. Do you really want to stay? Yeah. Suit yourself. Hope left the room. I don't know why she's not interested in knowing this, Cherish said. Joy dug her in the ribs. Shh, I want to hear from Mom. It's important. Cherish and Joy looked expectantly at their mother, awaiting the answer. Mom looked up at the ceiling and her eyes glazed over. It's something that you can't describe. It's something that you just have to go through. I need to know. Does it hurt? Joy made a face as though in pain at the mere thought of it. It starts off bearable, and then it develops stronger. It just won't stop, for hours and hours. It goes on forever and ever, and then just when you think you can't take the pain anymore, it's time to push. Joy screwed up her face and leaned back in the chair. I don't think I'll like that part. Does pushing hurt? Mom sighed. I have to be truthful with you. It all hurts. Joy's lips turned down at the corners. Cherish was tempted to point out that it was too late for regrets, and that Joy should have thought about all this before. But if she opened her mouth to say so, she wouldn't be allowed to stay in the kitchen. Joy huffed. That's what Mercy and Honor told me. Cherish was upset that Joy looked so scared. But then, as soon as you have your Bopley in your arms, you forget all about the horror and near-death experience you survived. Joy gasped. I could die? Of course not. Mom looked at Cherish. What would you know about it? Because everybody says it. I didn't mean the bit about dying. Sorry, Joy. I'm sure you'll make it. I've heard that there's so much excruciating pain, you think you're going to die and never recover. But when it's all over and you have your Bopley, then it's all been worth it. Mom smiled. And most of what you said is the truth, just not the bit about dying. Joy is perfectly healthy, and so is her unborn child, so she's facing no problems. Joy covered her mouth. I hope it's not too bad. It's different for each person, and some have it worse than others. But what was it like for you, Mom? Since I'm your doctor, I figure it will be similar. It wasn't too bad. Are you saying that because you don't want to scare her? Cherish asked. You just said it was awful. Mom shot Cherish a disapproving frown. It's hard to describe the pain of it. It's something like you've never felt before. Cherish turned to Joy. It's a bit late now to start getting cold feet. Do you have a will yet? I don't want anything. I'm just asking. Joy opened her mouth. Stop it, Cherish. It's not funny. Do you think I'll die? Do you have a bad feeling about it? Nay, she doesn't. Mom narrowed her eyes at Cherish. Go to your room. You're not helping anything. You don't have anything to add to this conversation because you've never given birth. Okay, I'm going. Cherish stood up. Let me just say, I've seen animals give birth, so I do know some things. Cherish stretched across the table and grabbed a cookie while thinking about finding Favor and Caroline. It looked like it was about to snow, and it had been far too cold working the orchard these last few days. Even Florence hadn't been around nagging at them to do their outside work. She'd done as much orchard work today as she was going to do. Now there was only the housework, and since she'd just been told to go to her room, she might have gotten out of that. Don't worry about her, Cherish heard Mom tell Joy, as Cherish walked out of the kitchen. I heard that, Cherish called out over her shoulder while her legs kept moving. What was wrong with asking questions? And Joy should have thought about it all before she married. Marriage led to babies, and to have a baby, you had to give birth. It couldn't stay inside forever. That was another reason why Aunt Dagmar was sensible never to marry. With a quick look over her shoulder, she decided Mom would never know she didn't go to her room. She'd find the girls. Just as Cherish closed the front door behind her and stepped onto the porch, she heard a horse and buggy. It was Ada. Ada had hardly been there since she had been uninvited to the meeting that Mom and Levi recently had with Florence and Carter about the orchard. Maybe she'd been once or twice, but not nearly every day like she had before the incident. Cherish leaned against the porch railing and waited until she got closer. "Wie geht's, Ada?" Ada got down from the buggy. "A proper and polite maidel would ask me if she could look after my horse while I talked to her mudder." Cherish turned toward her. "The horse doesn't have a mudder. I suppose she does have one somewhere, but she's not anywhere around here." "You know what I mean. I'm talking about you. You should look after the horse while I talk to your mudder," Ada snapped. "The horse is a gelding anyway, and you don't have to be smart-mouthed all the time." Cherish tried not to smile. "I'll look after the horse." Visitors only let their horse into a paddock if they were staying for some time. Cherish couldn't help asking, "Does this mean you'll be staying a while?" "I don't know. Just help me put the blanket over the horse, would you?" "Good idea. I thought you wanted me to help unhitch the buggy. You're so caring toward your animals, Ada. It's not good for him to be out in this cold weather, even though horses are used to living in the snow and have been doing it for hundreds of years." "Well, that may be right, but this particular horse isn't hardened to it. He's always been stabled." "Poor horsey, trapped in a stable jail." "Cherish," Ada shook her head. "He has a yard off from his stable and gets plenty of exercise and attention." "Pardon me, then." Ada got a thick gray blanket out of the buggy and handed one end of it to Cherish, who helped her put it over the horse. As soon as they finished, Cherish said, "I haven't seen you here in ages." "It's only been a few days since I was here last." "Seems longer." Ada glanced at the house. "I assume your mudder is home?" "Yeah, she is. You assume right." Ada frowned at her, looking down her nose. Then Ada was distracted by the other horse and buggy parked in the yard. When Cherish noticed her looking at it, she told her, "Joy's here. She's terrified about giving birth, and she's asking Mom all kinds of questions. Maybe you could also tell her about your births." "It's hardly good for polite conversation. It's a talk that every woman should have with her dochter. Each woman has her own experience. Joy just wants to be prepared, that's all. I mean, how bad can it be? Maybe you'll find out for yourself one day." "It's possible." Cherish walked ahead of Ada and pushed open the front door. And as Ada walked through, Cherish called out, "Mom, it's Ada." Ada stopped and glared at her, rubbing her ears. "You are loud." "Healthy lungs." Cherish knew she was going to get scolded for that remark. But then Mom hurried out of the kitchen and unknowingly saved her. "Ada, it's so nice to see you. Come in and speak with Joy. She's only weeks away from giving birth." "I know this," Ada said, as Mom looped her arm through hers and walked into the kitchen with her. Cherish stood there surprised. Her mother completely ignored her and hadn't noticed she wasn't in her room. Chapter 5. Cherish couldn't decide what to do. Should she try to sneak back in and sit with them in the kitchen and listen to scary birth stories? Mom might be more patient with her now that Ada was there. Or should she find the other girls and see what they were doing? By now, they'd all finished their morning chores and were having a rest before making the midday meal. Levi was lying down in the living room. He always rested after breakfast and again after lunch. At that moment, she heard a noise upstairs and remembered Hope was in her bedroom. She bounded up the stairs, taking them two at a time. When she was facing Hope's closed bedroom door, she knocked on it. "Come in if you're good-looking," Hope said. Cherish smiled at the comment and walked in to see Hope lying down on her bed and trying to suppress a grin. "Oh, it's only you." Hope sat up, pretending to look disappointed, and that made Cherish laugh out loud. "Who did you think it was?" "A man, and one who is good-looking," Hope answered. "Sorry to disappoint you." "That's okay. I knew it wouldn't have been Fairfax." Cherish sat on the edge of her sister's bed, admiring the bright reds and blues in Hope's quilt. "You must feel pretty happy that things are going really well between the two of you." "Yeah, I do. I feel better now that we have a wedding date." It's good that one person in the family is happy. I'm sorry about talking to Fairfax and everything going bad after it." "It's okay. You meant well." "I did. I was only trying to help, and in the end, things went well, and now you know what your future will be."
"If God wills it, we'll get married. Now, going back to you interfering, I told you not to do anything," Hope said. "Don't you remember that? That's mostly why I was annoyed with you."
"I know, but I'm sorry."
Cherish couldn't think of a good excuse, one that she hadn't already used. "I forgive you. What's Ada doing here? I saw her arrive."
"I'm not sure. She didn't say. Just visiting, I guess."
"So Mom and Ada are back to being good friends now?" Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
"I guess they are."
"That's nice." Cherish said,
"I was giving Joy and Mom a chance to talk, and now Ada is here."
"More likely you talked too much and were sent away." Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
"Something like that."
"Should we go down and be sociable?" asked Hope.
"I don't know. They're still talking about gory things. That's something I don't need to know about right now. And you said you didn't want to hear it 5 minutes ago. I don't know about you, but it'll give me nightmares for years to come and turn me off motherhood for good, most likely."
"Why do you think I disappeared into my bedroom as soon as Joy started talking about it?" Hope laughed. "I'd really rather not know. I don't want to be scared until 5 minutes before the time comes."
5 minutes before you give birth?
"Yeah. Until then, there's no sense getting worried."
Sounds weird, but okay. Will you come to the shops with me tomorrow?
"Okay, what for?"
I have a knitted baby dress I got from Joy. She wants one just like it for her Bopley. I asked Mom to make it, and she said no.
"Why wouldn't she?"
She said the knitting was so fine, it must have been made from a machine, or made by a machine, or something or other. It looks like I'll have to do it myself."
"Yourself?"
"Don't look at me like that. I won't know what I can do until I try."
"But if Mom can't do it, what makes you think you can do it?"
"Someone has to do it. And I told Joy I'd make her one just like it."
"I can see the thoughtful and considerate side coming out in you now that you're getting older." Cherish jumped to her feet in a huff. Why was everyone picking on her all the time? She was always nice to everyone.
"What do you mean by that?"
It's just that
"I haven't changed. I've always been the same way. People think I'm awful and uncaring, and then they start to believe it, but it's not true. I blame Mom and Florence for their harsh treatment, and they're thinking poorly about me."
calm down and sit down. Cherish relaxed her shoulders and took a deep breath. She sat back down on the brightly colored quilt that covered the bed. "I was trying to give you a compliment." Cherish smiled. She rarely got one of those.
"Danka, if you were, I'll take it."
"I'd love to go to the store with you if we can get some time away, okay?"
"Okay."
"Good. I'll look forward to it."
"Me too,"
Cherish said.
"Do you think we should go downstairs and listen to birthing stories and see what happens with Ada and Mom? I want to know if they're going to be friends again. It seems like all is forgiven and forgotten."
"I'd rather not, but you can if you want."
"I might as well. There's nothing else to do around here. And you should hear it too, because you'll be married in a year. And what do you think would happen 9 months after that?"
Hope grinned. "I told you already. I'll worry about it in a year and 8 months and 3 weeks. Until then, it's not something I want to hear about. Close the door on your way out." Feeling good after their talk, Cherish left Hope and walked down the stairs to join her mother and the others in the kitchen. When she walked in, Mom raised her eyebrows, staring at her. "There you are, Cherish. Just in time to make us a pot of tea." "Great," Cherish said, careful to control the sarcasm. As she walked over to the tea kettle, she asked, "Are we finished with all the horror stories yet?" Joy sat there with her hands resting on top of her large belly. "Don't start or you'll scare me." "They're not horror stories. My births were completely easy," said Ada. "Easy?" Cherish asked as she filled the kettle with water. "Compared to most," Ada said. Cherish was glad that Ada and her mother seemed back to being friends. "Don't worry," Ada told Joy. "Soon you'll be so fed up with yourself and your size, and your only concern will be getting your baby out. I couldn't even get out of a chair in the end. It's getting that way now. I can't sit up in bed. I have to roll to one side and then push myself up with my hands." Cherish lit the gas stove and set the tea kettle on top. She measured the tea leaves into the teapot, and then sat down at the table, and she faced Joy. "Hurt enough now?" "I think so. I feel a little better. The midwife told me what to expect, but she's not had any kinner herself, so she wouldn't know what it feels like exactly." "I might knit you something, Joy. I'm not a good knitter, so I think I'll make her a blanket." "Her?" Ada eyed her curiously. "Joy doesn't know whether it will be a boy or a girl yet. Do you, Joy?" "I have no idea. I could have found out, but I didn't want to. I want a surprise." "I think it'll be a girl. To prove I'm right, I'll make you a pink blanket. Pink for girls and blue for boys." "We don't follow those ideas," Ada told Cherish. "I like pink, though, and so does Joy." Ada and Mom stared at Joy. "I do like pink," Joy said. "But if you make me a pink blanket, Cherish, it'll be only for the house. I will only take the baby outside of the house wrapped in white." "Good," Ada stated. "Hope and I will go to the store tomorrow, Mom, if you can spare us for an hour or two." Mom let out a long sigh. "If you must, but don't take all day. I'll give you a list of things to get from the markets. That will save one of us from going at the end of the week." "Sure, we can do that." Mom shook a finger at her. "And no stopping along the way. Get what you have to get and come straight home. You might get me one of those store-bought take-out coffees, last thing, and wrap it in something to keep it warm. Those paper cups don't keep them hot enough in this weather, and I like my coffee hot." Cherish nodded, and then the kettle whistled. "Why would you want a take-out coffee when you can make one at home, Wilma?" "It tastes different from what we make here." Ada shrugged her shoulders. "Suit yourself if you've got the money to waste. You can do it just as long as Levi doesn't mind. It's just one cup of coffee, Ada. One take-out coffee every now and again is not going to worry anyone." Cherish sat back down with the full teapot. Then she got up again to fetch the cream and sugar and the cups and saucers. When she finally sat down again, she looked between her mother and Ada. "So you two are all good now?" Mom's eyebrows flew upwards in surprise, and Ada pursed her lips. Cherish sensed the tension in the room. Should she have kept her mouth closed? Now she knew that the upset between the two women had only been swept under the rug. Chapter 6. Cherish did her best to save the situation, since she was the one who'd put her big foot in it. "Ada, you were upset that you weren't included in the decision about the orchard, but it turned out all good. No need to worry. Everyone's happy now." Cherish looked at her mother. "Isn't that right?" "That's right. The decision has been made." Ada wasn't so ready to drop the subject. "I only wanted to come to that meeting to give you my advice, Wilma. You always followed it before. I don't see why you suddenly don't need it." Mom opened her mouth, as though she didn't know what to say. After a hesitation, she said, "I do. I always value your opinion." "Well, why didn't you want me at the meeting?" Ada's eyes opened wide, and she stared at Wilma. "I did want you there." Cherish and Joy stared at one another. "I'll pour, shall I?" Joy reached for the teapot. Ada ignored her and kept talking to Wilma. "You sent Cherish and Bliss to my house to tell me not to come." Ada stuck her nose in the air and then said to Joy, "Not yet, Joy. It needs to steep." Joy set the teapot down. Cherish said, "That's in the past. It's all in the past and water under the bridge. The past is in the past and shouldn't be revisited." "Well, why did you raise the past?" Ada asked her. Joy interrupted, "Do we have any cookies, Cherish?" "Of course we do." "Why didn't you put out any food, Cherish?" Mom asked. "No one said to. You only said to get the tea, and I did." "I'll help," said Joy, pushing herself up from the table. "Don't get up, Joy," Cherish told her. "Sit and relax." "Well, Wilma?" Ada had turned to face Mom again. She clearly wasn't going to let this go until she had some answers. "It was Levi who didn't want you to come. I didn't think I'd need to tell you that, but now I have." Ada nodded. "I suspected as much. I don't know what he has against me." Joy said, "Perhaps he just wanted things to be sorted out between Mom, Florence, and Carter." "I know that, Joy. Don't you think I can pick that up for myself?" Joy sank further into her chair. "I should have a talk with Levi and straighten things out." "No need," said Cherish. "There really is nothing to figure out. I've been disregarded by my closest friends. Forget that tea, Cherish. I should go now." Ada stood up, and then she looked directly at Joy. "I do hope everything goes well with the birth for you, Joy." "Danka, me too." "Goodbye, Wilma, and goodbye, Cherish." Wilma grabbed Ada's arm. "Don't go like this, in a temper." "I'm not in a temper, and I won't stay in a house where I'm not welcome, or only welcome on certain occasions." Wilma let go of her hand, and Ada walked out of the house. "Go after her, Mom," Joy whispered. "Nay, I won't. I tried to stop her. There will be nothing I can say until she calms down." Cherish picked up the teapot, ready to pour for the three of them. "Mom's right. Give her time to calm down, and she'll get over it. Everyone gets over these things in time. Time is a healer." When she didn't hear any more talk, she looked up to see Joy and her mother staring at her. "What?" Mom pointed at her, jabbing her finger in the air. "You're the cause of this. Why couldn't you keep your mouth shut?" "Mouth shut, mouth shut," Timmy squawked. Cherish looked behind her at her budgie. "Did you hear Timmy? That was as clear as a bell. He said mouth shut." Cherish hurried over to Timmy. "Good boy." Mom grunted and stormed out of the room, just like Ada had moments before. "What did I say?" Cherish asked Joy. "You said too much, that's what. You did head the conversation in a bad direction." "I know, you're right. I shouldn't have mentioned it, but I was just hoping they were all good because they're such good friends, like sisters. Well, not like sisters, because they argue all the time. Feelings were hurt, and that takes a while to get over sometimes. If you hadn't mentioned it, I think they would have got over it faster. Isn't it better to talk about things rather than ignore them as though things never existed? I think the air always needs to be cleared, don't you?" Cherish asked. "That's your opinion. It's not how Mom and Ada are. When you brought up the problems they were having, it just made things worse. Sometimes I almost think you deliberately cause trouble." "I don't." Cherish turned her attention back to the teapot. "That's how it seems." "Why does everyone blame me for everything? I wasn't the one who uninvited Ada that day. But I was the one who was sent to tell her. That's hardly fair. The messenger always gets shot with an arrow through the heart. Cherish put the lid on the teapot and placed it down on the table in front of Joy. Joy stood up. I'm going to find Mom and make sure she's okay. What about me? What if I'm not okay? I'm the innocent victim. Talk to Timmy. Good idea. Cherish walked over to Timmy. Mouth shut! Mouth shut! Timmy whistled once again. Cherish laughed. You're a clever boy. If only Dagmar could hear you now. Maybe she's looking down at you. Who's a clever boy? Clever boy, Timmy mimicked. I wish Aunt Dagmar could listen to you talk. She'd be so excited and pleased. Mouth shut, clever boy, clever boy. Just don't talk so much when Mom's around, okay? She might have me put the sheet over you before it's nighttime. Clever boy, Timmy added. Then Cherish walked over to the door and peeped around the corner into the living room. She saw that Joy had sat next to Mom and was now consoling her. Cherish knew she had to fix things with Ada and her mother, but it wouldn't be easy now that Ada was upset with Levi, and for no good reason. The meeting they had held with Florence regarding the orchard really had been none of Ada's business. Why couldn't she see that? Cherish knew the answer to her own question. It was because Mom had always relied on Ada, especially after Dot died. But that was in the past. It seemed that Levi wanted Mom to have her own opinion, or perhaps his opinion? Would the friendship between Mom and Ada ever recover? There was a sad ring of finality when Ada had wished Joy a good birth, as though she wouldn't be seeing her again for a long time. They would see each other at the meetings, so why had Ada said that? Pretty boy, pretty boy. Cherish turned around and walked back to Timmy. Yes, you are a pretty boy. I'll have to teach you to say something else. Cherish looked at the untouched tea on the table, sat down, and poured herself a cup. If she'd been in a better mood, she would have taken cups of tea out to Mom and Joy. She'd had no idea Ada would have made a huge deal out of her question. It had been an innocent inquiry. She got up and fetched a jar of cookies and put the whole jar in front of herself. She pulled out a chocolate chip cookie and dunked it in her tea. Sometimes it seemed like no one understood her. She munched on the soggy cookie before it fell apart in her tea. They were all living in a pretend world where no one said what they thought. Now Ada knew that Levi hadn't wanted her there. That wasn't good. No one was being honest about how they felt. Cherish reached for another cookie. Chapter 7. For the rest of the day, no one mentioned Ada, and Mom was acting even stranger than normal. She was being jovial and hadn't complained about Timmy once during the evening meal. After dinner, Cherish had an opportunity to talk with her before she left the kitchen. Are you okay, Mom? Mom grinned, showing all her teeth. Why wouldn't I be? Because of Ada. I've been putting her out of my mind. Then she added sarcastically, Danka for reminding me about her. Why have you been putting her out of your mind? It's too upsetting. Gone was her smile. Cherish was surprised by her mother's remark. It showed she had feelings. Then Cherish didn't know what to say, so she said nothing. Is it your turn to wash? Mom asked, glancing over at the dishes and the pans that were nearly piled to the ceiling. Yeah, it is. Don't waste time talking, then. More action with your hands and less with your tongue. Mom turned around and walked out of the kitchen. Okay. Cherish proceeded to wash the dishes with Hope's help. Favor and Caroline had already left the house. Their nightly talks away from the house were getting earlier and earlier. Once the kitchen was spotlessly clean, Cherish and Hope joined the others outside at the entrance of the barn. Caroline said, Eddie's coming for me the day after tomorrow. I think he'll take me out somewhere lovely for lunch. Caroline twisted a long spiral of light-colored hair around her finger. Cherish envied Caroline's hair and wished she could wear her own down, cascading over her shoulders. Finally, he's coming, Favor said with enthusiasm. What makes you think he won't cancel like he has a dozen other times? Cherish didn't want Caroline to know she approved of the relationship, and even more so, she didn't want Caroline to know she was encouraging Eddie to move forward with the relationship. He won't. He only canceled twice, and he couldn't help it. He was called out on an emergency. Last time he canceled, he gave me plenty of notice. Yeah, a day if you call that plenty, Cherish said. I do, and it's less than 48 hours until he arrives here. He told me no matter what, he wouldn't cancel, no matter how many urgent calls he got. Cherish rolled her eyes. Urgent calls? Someone would think he was a doctor or a veterinarian. Yeah, well, if you had little children playing in the backyard and they found a beehive, you'd send out an urgent call to a beekeeper too. So it's even more important than being a doctor, because what use would one of those be in that situation? If I had a beehive near my children, I'd just get my husband to get rid of it. And when the bees left, I'd eat all the delicious wild honey. They say nothing's sweeter. Caroline snarled. It doesn't really work like that. They come back, or they'd swarm you, or swarm your imaginary husband. Cherish shrugged her shoulders. Whatever. I'm just telling you what I think. If Caroline thought Cherish was happy about them going out on a date, Caroline might get suspicious. The girl was annoying, but she wasn't stupid. Don't you think he's handsome? Caroline asked no one in particular. I mean, not in an obvious way, but kind of like in a rugged, unusual way. Oh, he is so handsome, so lovely, so well-suited to you, Favor gushed. He's all right, I guess, said Hope. I never really paid him any mind. That's because you're in love with Fairfax, Cherish said. What about you, Cherish? Don't you think he's handsome? Caroline asked. I guess he is. He does have cute dimples. That's what I noticed. I love his dimples. Kiss them, then. Hope and Favor laughed at Cherish, and that made Cherish laugh, too. Maybe I will. I'll just have to see what happens the day after tomorrow on our date. I guess. That is, if he doesn't cancel again. Caroline shifted her weight from one foot to another. Why can't you let someone be happy, Cherish? Why do you have to be so negative all the time? Some call it negative and some call it realistic. I reckon if you expect the worst all the time, you'll be happy when it doesn't happen. Favor giggled. That's a good idea, Cherish. Expect the worst. I'll remember that. Don't remember it, Caroline spat out. She's being ridiculous. How can it be ridiculous if that's my opinion? I can think how I want. I can speak how I want. No one cares. Cherish lunged forward and grabbed the pack of cigarettes out of Caroline's hand and threw it down on the ground. Then she stomped into the house. As she walked, she could hear the other girls grumbling and complaining about her. The word spoiled was mentioned. Cherish knew she had a temper, but that didn't mean she could do anything to stop it. Caroline always rubbed her the wrong way and said awful things at the wrong time. Now she was thinking twice about her idea of matching her with Eddie. Eddie was way too good for her. Cherish bit her lip. The best thing would be for Caroline's parents to come and get her. When Cherish walked through the door, she thought some more. What did Caroline's parents think about their daughter being there? She was sure they'd never spoken to Levi or her mother. Did Caroline's parents believe she was somewhere completely different? If Caroline lied to Levi about her house burning down, maybe she was also lying to her folks about where she was. She might have even told them she was off studying somewhere. Cherish would not put that past her. Instead of studying like her parents probably thought, she was lazing around here, trying to flirt with the young Amish men, while her studies were on hold. If Caroline did just one more little thing to annoy her, she'd write a letter to Caroline's parents, or better yet, find their phone number and call them directly. Then she'd find out the truth about everything. And were they really away for Christmas like Caroline had said? She'd make it her business to find out. That night, she decided to do it without waiting for further provocation. She wrote to Caroline's parents and told them how much she enjoyed having Caroline staying with her family, and thanked them for allowing her to be there for that long. She made certain to write the address and the phone number of the apple orchard on the back of the envelope and on the letter itself. Now all she had to do was get Caroline's address. It would be on one of the letters she'd written to Favor. In the morning, when everyone was at breakfast, she'd sneak in and find the address. Then, next time she went out, she'd mail the letter. If Caroline was telling everyone the truth, the letter wouldn't hurt anyone. Chapter 8. This came today. Carter placed a large yellow envelope down on the coffee table in front of Florence. Iris had just gone to sleep in her arms. She guessed it might be the paperwork for the orchard. There was nothing else she could think of that it might be. What is it? You are, officially one of the owners of the Baker Apple Orchard. She closed her eyes and hugged her daughter a little closer. Those were the words she'd longed to hear ever since she'd walked away from her home and into Carter's arms. When she opened her eyes, she saw Carter smiling at her. I can hardly believe it's all happened so fast. It's true. All the paperwork is done. My lawyer had it fast-tracked. Do they know next door yet? No. You can tell them tomorrow if you want. I will. I'd come too, but I've got so much work to catch up with. Iris and I will go alone. I'll drive you. You can't walk in this weather. It's not far. I won't hear of it. I'll drop you to the door and I'll come back for you after a while. He leaned forward. I'll put her to bed and you can have a look at the contract. Thanks. Florence sat still, looking at the envelope. So many prayers had led to this moment, and it had all turned out better than what she could have hoped. She was part owner with all of her sisters, and Wilma and Levi would be paid caretakers. That was motivation for the whole family to work hard to bring the orchard back to where it had once been. The last 2 seasons had been bad, and it would probably take the next 2 to 3 years to recover from the neglect. With a team effort, they could do it. Carter walked back down the stairs. She stayed asleep. Didn't move a muscle when I laid her down. Ah, that's good. Are you going to look at it? Florence reached for the envelope. I will. I'm just trying to take it in first. It probably shouldn't matter as much as it does. The orchard's only a piece of land with some trees on it. She pulled out the thick wad of pages. It's a whole lot more than that. This is your family's history, your father's legacy. He sat down next to her. Florence was pleased he understood. She looked down and saw her name there, along with the names of her sisters. It's been a long time coming. She smiled at him as she rested the pages in her lap. Thank you for helping. I'd do anything for you. You know that. Slowly, she nodded, feeling like the most blessed woman in the world. I do. Now all the hard work's in front of you. You'll have to crack the whip loud and hard to get those Bonnet sisters of yours working. She'd given up asking him not to call them the Bonnet sisters. Maybe now that they're official part owners, we'll see a difference. Okay, but I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for that to happen. Florence dug him in the ribs. Hey, let's have some positivity. He grinned. Sure. I'm positive I wouldn't hold my breath waiting on them. Chapter 9. The next morning, Florence got ready to tell her family that the paperwork was completed and the Baker Apple Orchard was now officially owned by Florence and her sisters. While Florence was in the middle of putting Iris's jacket on, he said, You can leave her with me. Florence continued to put Iris's arm in the sleeve. They'll want to see her. I can bring her in when I come back to get you.
Are you sure? How will you get your work done?
It'll be fine. I'll manage. She's not that demanding. Not yet. Give her a few more years.
He laughed.
And hopefully she'll not end up like one of your Bonnet sisters. She tapped him playfully on his shoulder.
Stop it.
You're right. That's not even possible.
Not even.
Ready? He asked.
Yes. He opened the front door for her, and they headed out into the cold. Florence passed Iris over, and Carter strapped the baby into her car seat. Florence sat in the passenger side seat, and then Carter went around and got in beside her. She looked at him. Iris is a bit grumpy and a bit sleepy.
I'll manage.
He pulled the car onto the road, and they drove 50 yards and then turned into the next driveway. When he pulled up outside the house, she leaned over and kissed Carter. I'll see you soon.
I'll be back in around half an hour or so.
Okay. She got out of the car and headed to the house.
Florence?
She turned around to see the passenger side window down. What is it? He held up the envelope.
You might need this.
She laughed. That's the very reason I'm here. He raised his eyebrows.
I know.
She walked over and grabbed the envelope and then continued to the house while Carter turned the car around to drive away. Before Florence reached the house, Cherish had the door wide open. I didn't know you were coming. Is that Carter driving away? No, that was my chauffeur. Really? You have a chauffeur? Florence smiled. I was joking. It was Carter. Oh. The corners of Cherish's mouth turned down at the corners. And you didn't bring Iris with you. Carter's going to bring her in when he comes back. Oh, good. I can hardly wait. Can she say my name yet? No, not since last time you asked. Cherish stepped inside. Everyone's in the kitchen, except Levi's on the couch. Florence walked in and looked over at Levi, and as she headed toward him, everyone came out of the kitchen to greet her.
Would you like to see me? Levi said.
Yes, I've come to talk to everyone. She held up the envelope. The ownership papers have come through. Well, that is exciting, Favor said. Mom sniffed and twitched her nose. That's exciting for everybody involved, isn't it, girls? It is, Hope said. Thanks for including us, Florence. It wasn't just my idea. It was a joint decision. It is exciting, though. I brought you a copy to keep here. Mom took it from her, thanked her, and took it over to Levi.
Thank you, Florence. Put it on the mantelpiece, Wilma. We'll look at it for a few days before I store it in a safe place.
Wilma plucked the envelope from his hands.
Okay, if you want the envelope on the mantel, I'll put it there. It'll look silly. Or shall I take it out of the envelope?
Florence could tell Mom wasn't happy, and didn't know if it was because she didn't want the contract over the fire making the place look untidy, or whether it was because the contract and the new ownership arrangement of the orchard reminded her that she'd been discovered hiding the will. She'd have to be embarrassed that Cherish had found their father's will hidden amongst Wilma's things. Now, would you like a cup of hot tea? Wilma asked Levi, once she'd propped the paperwork up on the mantel.
I'm fine, but Florence might like one.
Yeah, I was going to ask her next. Did you think I wouldn't ask her? Florence didn't want to cause a problem, so she quickly said, I'd love a cup. Thanks, Wilma.
Fine. Levi said, You women can talk in the kitchen. Don't mind me. Thanks for bringing that over, Florence. I might stay here if you don't mind and have a rest.
Sure. Are you feeling okay?
I'm fine, just a little tired.
Cherish and Bliss looked at one another and then hurried to his side, and Cherish was the first to speak. Levi, that's what you said before your heart attack. Are you sure you're all right, Dot? Bliss asked.
Can't a man say he's tired without a bunch of women fussing around him?
Caroline giggled. If that was true, all men would say they were tired. Everyone laughed. You sure, Dot?
I'm fine. Go have tea with the others. I am not going to have another heart attack.
Good.
Let's all leave Levi be, Wilma said. We have fruit cake, too. Wonderful. Florence followed everyone into the kitchen. With white frosting, added Cherish. That sounds delightful. Wilma directed everyone to sit in the larger dining room at the bigger table. It was a little colder in that room, being away from the stove in the kitchen, and it was even further away from the large fireplace in the living room. Florence sat down at the large dining table. She remembered the chill in this room off from the kitchen, where they had always entertained guests. Was she now thought of as a guest, rather than a member of the family? Even though the house and the orchard had once meant so much to her, it was she who'd chosen to walk away. It was a decision she didn't regret. She had followed her heart, and it had led her to Carter. God was still with her. She knew he'd never leave her. It hadn't been easy to make that choice, since Carter was an Englisher, and she'd left the world she'd known all her life in exchange for an uncertain future. Looking back, she was comforted with the knowledge she'd done the right thing for her. That didn't make it any more comfortable for her, sitting there feeling like a stranger. You look lovely today, Florence, Caroline, their English house guest, told her. Oh, thank you. The compliment was unexpected. The Amish rarely complimented someone's appearance, since it could lead to vanity. Then Florence noticed Cherish look uncomfortable. Are you okay, Cherish? Caroline wants to do tours of the orchard. Florence looked at Caroline, now guessing the compliment hadn't been genuine. What does that mean? Caroline smiled. I had this idea to be a tour organizer. There are so many places around here that tourists would love to see. This orchard, for one, and then the Be Right Honey Company. People would love to learn how an orchard works and watch cider being made, perhaps even helping to sort the apples or take part in some apple cooking classes. I've had so many thoughts about it. That's why they're called thoughts, Cherish snapped. They're supposed to stay inside your head. Florence put up her hand to silence Cherish. It's okay. I'm open to listening to ideas. What I think needs to happen, though, is for us first to concentrate on getting the orchard back to running properly. If we go down that route, Caroline, I don't want the tours to take the place of or take attention off the everyday jobs that need doing. I see. That makes sense. I'm pleased you'll be open to the ideas a bit later. Sure. Florence, did you hear the good news? Hope asked. Mom set down a large teapot while Favor placed the teacups and saucers on the table. Hope is talking about her wedding, Mom said. Your wedding? Florence asked. Yeah, I'm marrying Fairfax. December the 10th next year. I can't wait. Wunderbar. The word slipped out of Florence's mouth. It was the first Pennsylvania Dutch word she'd said in ages. She put her arm around Hope, who was sitting next to her, and hugged her. I'm so happy for both of you. Denka. Next time you see Fairfax, would you tell him to stop by the house? A smile lit up Hope's face. Would this be about a job? It might be. She grabbed Florence's arm. It is, isn't it? Florence nodded. That's right. But I can't tell you too much. We've got a few things to discuss with Fairfax first. It's only right to settle things with him first. I had his number at the miller's somewhere, but the house has been turned upside down, and he doesn't have his cell phone anymore. Don't worry, I'll tell him. He said you might have a job for him if someone left. I'm seeing him tonight, and I'll tell him then. He'll probably be able to come to your place tomorrow, or if not, the next day. Good. I think we'll be home. I don't think we're going anywhere. You will keep December the 10th free, won't you? I've already got it written on the calendar. Florence tapped the side of her head. Up here. I'll never forget it. I want you and Carter there. Half an hour later, Florence heard a car pull up outside. That'll be Carter. Mom stood. I must see him. Is he coming in? He's got a lot of work on. But we have to see Iris, she whined. Come out to the car and see her, Mom, Cherish said. As they approached the car, Carter was busy getting Iris out of her car seat. Cherish ran and was first to see her. Here she is, baby Iris. Come to Aunt Cherish. Carter chuckled. Hello, Cherish. Oh, sorry. Hello. I'm focused on the baby. I get that all the time. No one sees me anymore. Cherish laughed. Can I hold her? Carter handed her over. Look, Mom. She's so big now. Yeah, she is. She nodded at Carter, and he nodded back, and then the other girls greeted him. It was an awkward moment, and Florence stood there looking on as they fussed over Iris. She knew that Carter wanted to get home and get through all the work he had. Can I take her in to show Levi? Mom asked. Of course you can. All of you should come in out of the cold, Mom said as she headed into the house. Carter shot Florence a look. Well, just for a moment, he said. Chapter 10. When Florence and Carter left the house a bit later, Cherish was delighted to be getting away from everyone, especially Caroline. She'd been given permission to go shopping with Hope, and thankfully Mom hadn't changed her mind when the time came for them to leave, the way she so often did. After Cherish slipped the letter she'd written to Caroline's parents into a postbox, she walked into the handicraft supply shop, followed by Hope. No one knew about that letter, and she certainly wasn't going to tell Hope and get a lecture about why she shouldn't send it, and also why she shouldn't have written it in the first place. A second after they entered the store, Hope was distracted by the brightly colored spools of thread. Cherish stayed focused on the reason she was there and walked to the counter. When one of the staff, a middle-aged woman, approached her, Cherish pulled out the dress she'd gotten from Joy. Cherish had a good look at the saleslady. She was new. Cherish knew the other two ladies who normally worked there. Wilma had gone to this same store for years, and so had Cherish and her sisters. "Hello, how can I help you?" the clerk asked. Cherish smiled at the short woman, who reminded her a little of her mother. Her name tag read Marilyn. I want to make a dress like this, Marilyn. Do you have a pattern that I could follow, and the same color wool? Marilyn smiled as she picked up the dress, popped on her reading glasses that had been hanging from a plastic chain around her neck, and had a good look at it. After a moment, she looked up at Cherish and took off her glasses. This has been made by a machine. Cherish had to stop herself from rolling her eyes. If only her mother hadn't been proved right. So, does that mean that I can't make something that looks like that? I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Oh. All Cherish could do was stare down at the dress. Did you need something exactly the same as this? Marilyn asked. As close to it as possible. I guess it doesn't have to be identical. I want it for my sister. She's having a baby in a few weeks. I could make one like this for you, unless you wanted to knit something yourself. Not really. You could do it? Do you have a machine? I do. Cherish was pleased. This was her answer. That would be wonderful. How much would it cost? If you have a few moments, I can do some calculations. Yes, please. Marilyn popped her glasses back on, took hold of an oversized calculator, and pressed a few keys. Then she looked up at Cherish. I could do it for $50. $50. Cherish clicked her tongue while she thought. That was nearly all her savings gone in one go. Oh, wait, then there's the wool. I forgot to add that in. Of course, you'll want the best. Whatever quality is in this dress. That's the best. Cherish nodded. Okay, then. It'll be $75. Cherish could hardly believe what she was about to do. The dress would only be worn inside the house, and probably only worn once or twice before the baby grew out of it. Then she remembered how happy it would make Joy, and how her sister had been so glum lately. 75? Yes. Cherish nodded. I'll go ahead with it. Sensing Cherish's hesitation, Marilyn looked back at the dress. It is time-consuming, and I couldn't do it for any less. Unless you can do without the hearts, the flowers, and the little pieces across the top. I can't do without them. Yes, please do it. How long will it take? You're in a hurry for it? Not really. I just need it in the next few weeks. Marilyn smiled. I think I'll be able to have it completed in 2 weeks. How's that? I'll put my other work aside. That'll be perfect. I'll need a deposit, though. Cherish pulled $10 out of her bag and handed it over. Will this be enough? Yes. Marilyn plucked the $10 note out of Cherish's hands, tucked it into the cash drawer, and then wrote her out a receipt. Cherish looked around the shop. Also, I need something that will be fairly simple to knit. I'm not the best knitter in the world. I may even be the worst. That's a surprise. I thought you Amish girls could do everything. Cook, sew, crochet, and knit. Not me. Not when I've got so many older sisters who can do everything perfectly. When it came down to me, no one had time to show me. I'm sorry to hear that. Cherish blew out a deep breath. It's a burden being the youngest. Can you be more specific about what you want to knit? Marilyn asked. I need to make something myself for my sister's baby. I'm thinking of a blanket, if that'd be simple. I have just the thing. It's almost foolproof. It sounds perfect. Cherish giggled when she realized she'd just sort of admitted to being a fool. Follow me. Marilyn handed the receipt to Cherish, and Cherish tucked it into her bag while she followed Marilyn to the front corner of the store. This is a sample. Cherish stared at the oversized stitches on the sample square, made from the oversized yarn. Oh, it's different. I love this. She reached over and touched it. It was soft, soft enough for a baby. This bulky yarn is something new we've just got in. It's all the rage, trust me. Marilyn turned and plucked a pair of knitting needles from the rack behind her. They were about 20 times the size of normal needles. It'll take a little while to get used to handling these needles, but once you do, you'll have your item finished in no time. I love it. I really love it. Do you have this wool in baby pink? We have everything in pink. Your sister is having a girl, then? We don't know yet, but I'm hoping so. The lady opened one of the drawers against the wall and pulled out 2 different pinks, a pastel and a brighter shade. I'll have the lighter one, please, and enough to make a super-sized blanket that she can use when she gets older on a single bed. The woman looked just as excited as she was. Is this your sister's first baby? Yes, it's her first, but it's not my first niece or nephew. I have 2 nephews and 1 niece. This one will be my 4th niece or nephew. Sounds delightful. I hope it's a girl for you. Me too, thanks. Hope looked over Cherish's shoulder. I've never seen wool that big before. Cherish picked up the knitting needles. And look at these! Hope gasped. What are you making? Something for Joy's baby. A blanket. I can't wait to get started. I'm not going to tell Joy about it until I've finished it. It'll be a surprise. It'll be a lovely surprise for her. Yes, Marilyn, the shop assistant, said. And it won't take you long to complete it. That's the best part. Looks weird, Hope whispered to Cherish. It'll look good. And with it being so fast to knit, I won't lose interest. Cherish looked her up and down. Are you getting anything? Nay, I'm saving my money. Once Cherish handed her money over, she whispered to Hope, You'll have to get the coffee for Mom on the way home. I've spent everything I've brought with me. It's fine. She's given me the money for it, and for us to each have one. Oh, goody. It's our reward for going to the markets. Yeah, I forgot we had to do that. It won't take long. Her list is pretty short. Marilyn popped everything into the bag and handed it to Cherish, while telling her the amount owed. Cherish took the bag, put it under her arm, and then handed the money over. It was hard parting with the money when she had so little saved, but joy was worth it. They headed outside, and Cherish put her bag of knitting items into the back of their buggy. Now we have to go to the market, and we can't forget to get Mom a coffee. Okay, and by the time we get back home, Caroline might be back home and we'll find out how the date went. Why are you so interested? Cherish climbed into the buggy beside Hope. Well, aren't you? Hope smiled as she took hold of the reins. I am. Chapter 11. Today, Eddie the beekeeper was excited to finally go on a date with Caroline. He'd had to cancel twice due to urgent call-outs regarding bees that had taken up unwelcome residence. There'd been 2 large hive removal projects that had each taken days, and that was highly unusual for this time of year. The bees weren't normally a problem in the wintertime. It amazed him that the owners of the 2 properties hadn't called him out sooner. It was as though the world in general, in addition to the world of bees, was conspiring against him seeing more of Caroline. She'd seemed understanding about the cancellations, but he knew a woman like her would only be patient for a little while before she looked elsewhere for a date. Today was his day. Thankfully, he'd had no urgent call-outs that morning, and if he had, he would have had them wait a few hours, or even have told them to let the hives alone until the warmer weather. Now he was ready to take Caroline out for a lunchtime date. As Eddie drove up the driveway of the Baker apple orchard, he moved the rearview mirror so he could see himself. He smoothed down his unruly hair. He'd taken a long time to get ready and had checked his appearance 3 times before leaving the house. Now he was worried about other things besides his looks. He still lived at home. What would a girl like Caroline think about that? Besides being average at best in the looks department, he didn't have a lot of money. Caroline was so attractive, she could get any man she wanted. Would she settle for a moderate-looking beekeeper with a moderate income? Then there was the problem of his father not agreeing to Caroline's idea about tours over their bee operation. That was doing nothing to endear his family to her. She'd seemed genuinely excited about the tour idea, and if his father had agreed to it, it would have been a reason for Caroline to stay in the area. He pulled up the car between the house and the barn and switched off the engine. Then he pushed all fearful thoughts out of his mind as he strode confidently toward the house. He had Cherish's voice in his ear, telling him to act confident, like a man who had oodles of female attention. It wasn't easy when the truth was the exact opposite. Still, he had nothing to lose and Caroline to gain. If he wanted Caroline to treat him as a serious prospect for a boyfriend, possibly a potential husband, he needed to put a huge effort into today's date. He was pleased he had Cherish give him inside information. She'd told him Caroline had been looking forward to their date. Eddie straightened his collar and then knocked on the door of the Brunner-Baker household. Caroline opened it. She wore a big smile, and his eyes couldn't help traveling down to her skinny jeans and high-heeled leather boots. She looked great. Then his eyes made their way back up to her floral pastel blouse, knotted loosely at the front. At first, he couldn't speak. So dazzled was he by her beauty. "Good morning. Are you ready?" he finally asked. From her face, she seemed to know he liked how she'd dressed for their date. "I am." She grabbed a long gray coat from the peg by the door and slipped it over her shoulders before she moved through the door and closed it behind her. "Can I help you with that?" he said, reaching for her coat and holding it so she could slip her arms into the sleeves. "Sure, thanks." She buttoned a couple of the buttons. "Where are we going?" He followed her down the porch steps as her high heels clicked to the car across the large flat pavement stones of the upper portion of the driveway. "I hope you like Italian food." Instead of hurrying behind her like a puppy, he made long strides to catch up. "I love it." "Good." He successfully reached the car before her and opened the passenger side door. She held her coat around her body and slid gracefully into the front seat. Then he moved around the back of the car to the driver's door, got in, and sat next to her. He breathed in her floral scent. His bees would have loved the aroma. Nice perfume.
Thank you. It's my favorite. So we're eating Italian?
We are. I'm taking you to the best Italian restaurant in town.
I can't wait. I've missed eating out. The food at the Brunners is so good, but I do miss olives, garlic bread, and pasta. They don't cook that kind of food. They have bologna sometimes, which is the closest thing to anything Italian.
He turned the car around while wondering what to talk about when they finished talking about food. Italian's my favorite. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. It seemed an odd thing to say. She looked at him, smiling.
We have something in common.
He grinned, relieved that what he'd said had gone over okay. I'm sure we have loads in common. Sorry about having to cancel twice.
It's okay. I understand that work sometimes has to come first. It's not a problem.
Thanks for understanding.
So, were the hives big ones?
They were, and the bees were angry. I don't blame them, though, being disturbed in the cold. My bees are tame in comparison. Caroline smiled.
Wouldn't they all be the same?
You'd think so, but they're not. There is a genetic difference from one species to the next.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Have there been any academic studies on it?
I'll have to look into it. I do have the theory that our bees always have enough nectar, so they have a calm and even temperament compared to the bees in the wild that grow frustrated with lack of food and start robbing other hives. If that goes on, then there's all-out war. Where there's war, there's stress and anxiety. Survival of the fittest and all that. He glanced over at her to gauge if she was growing bored with bee talk. They're fighting for their lives and the lives of the hive.
That's sad. And then you come along and get rid of their hives.
He shrugged. It's got to be done for the safety of the people living nearby.
There's so much in it. I never gave two thoughts to bees or honey until I met you.
You're really interested?
I am. Tell me more.
She moved a little bit closer. Bees from the same hive have a similar temperament, and I think that's why it must be genetic.
It sounds like it.
My bees don't have predators, and that's another reason they're calmer.
What kind of predators do bees have, apart from people like you coming to remove their hives?
Skunks and hive beetles, and also bears. Skunks love insects. Once a bear or a skunk attacks a hive, you can't get rid of them. They'll be back time and again. The other danger is pesticides.
Oh, I never even thought of that.
Yep. That's why we're happy to be where we are, because the surrounding orchards are all organic. Pesticides are bad, and even some fertilizers can harm the bees.
I would never have known that. When I have a garden someday, I won't use either, as long as the bees are nice to me.
He chuckled.
Have you had bears at your place? She asked.
Not in the last few years. Our whole place is surrounded by electric fences. One of my jobs is to see that the fence is active. I check it once a day.
You do have a lot of work.
I know. A normal fence wouldn't keep them out. They'd push it down or just climb over it.
I never thought about bears when going for a walk in the orchard.
You should think about it. You have to be careful. Not in winter, because they'd be hibernating.
Good. I won't have to worry for a while.
He looked over at her once more and caught her smiling at him. He couldn't believe how well things were going, and neither could he believe he'd found a woman interested in bees. Chapter 12.
I had a really nice time,
Caroline said as they were heading home in Eddie's car. He glanced over at her. You did?
Yes.
They'd talked non-stop over their meal, and there'd been no awkward moments at all. So, would you like to go out again sometime?
I would. Are you very busy in the winter with your bees?
Not so much. My job is to keep the honey supplied to them. There's a danger of them dying as the weather gets cooler. They need to protect the queen. That's their only job in the wintertime.
How do they do that?
They huddle around the queen, keep moving, vibrating their bodies to produce heat. To keep up their energy, they need to eat a lot of honey.
Interesting.
Their wings flutter and they shiver. And you know what else? He glanced over at her.
No, what?
They change positions. The bees on the outside move into the inside, swapping places. And they do this all the time, so none of the bees get too cold.
Ah, they're a real community.
They are. And believe me, they go through a lot of honey in the wintertime. When he pulled up the car, she went to open the door and then looked at him.
Thanks again.
Caroline. He cleared his throat.
Yes?
I know it's a long way off and all, but how would you feel about joining me and my folks on Christmas Day for a family dinner at lunchtime? He held his breath and waited for rejection. Cherish would tear strips off him for asking Caroline for another date, let alone for Christmas lunch. It was too soon for Caroline to meet his parents. He knew that, but he wanted her there.
A family Christmas. You know, I haven't had one of those since I was a little girl.
So, yes?
I'd love that. I'll make an apple pie and bring it with me.
Please do. I remember the apple pies you brought over a few months back. I'll talk to you before then. It'll be nothing grand on Christmas Day. My ma and pa are only simple folk. She gave him a big smile, flashing her perfect white teeth.
It sounds perfect.
I'll look forward to it. He got out of the car and hurried to open the passenger side door for her.
Thank you.
She stepped out. He closed the door and walked with her to the house. When they got there, she turned to him.
Do you want to come in?
No thanks. I should go home and do some work. They stayed staring at each other for more than a moment. Should he kiss her? What if she pulled away? He decided not to try. Instead, he said, "Thanks for a wonderful day."
Thank you, Eddie.
She touched him gently on his forearm and gave him a quick kiss on his cheek. Then, without looking at him or saying another word, she opened the door and hurried inside. He stood still, staring at the door, as his whole body tingled, all the way from his burning cheeks down to his feet. When he got feeling back in his legs, he walked quickly to the car. Cherish was upstairs having a rest when she saw Eddie's car at the house. She saw Eddie's huge grin as he got into his car. Had Caroline kissed him at the door? Cherish hurried downstairs to overhear Caroline's gossip about the date. She was too late. Just as she walked into the kitchen, Favor and Caroline were walking out. Cherish watched them as they headed up the stairs. Mom looked up from the table where she was shelling peas. "You have another 15 minutes before you need to start with helping me."
Sure, Mom. I'll be back before that. I have to make a quick phone call.
She moved closer to her mother.
How did Caroline's date go?
She didn't say, but from the look of her, I think it went well.
That's nice,
Cherish replied, as if she didn't have a care.
I'll be back soon.
Cherish hurried to the barn and flipped through the address book until she found Eddie's cell phone number. She dialed it immediately, and he answered on the first ring. "Cherish?"
"Yes, it's me. What happened today?"
"Firstly, why don't you tell me what Caroline said about our date?"
"She didn't really say anything, but she looked happy. What happened?"
"We had a great time. I took her to an Italian restaurant, and I found out we have even more in common than I thought."
"That's great. And what did you talk about?"
"A lot of things. Bees, mostly."
"Oh, no. You didn't bore her by talking about bees the whole time, did you?"
He hesitated a moment. She seemed interested.
"Did you think she was genuinely interested?"
"Yes, I'm sure of it."
"Well, that's a good sign, even if it's not true. It's a good sign even if she pretended. What else?"
"Okay, I have something to tell you, and you might not be happy." Cherish held her head. I knew you'd go off and do your own thing. What did you do?
It turned out all right.
Just tell me.
I asked her to come for Christmas lunch.
What? Where?
Here, with me and my folks for Christmas lunch.
Why would you do that? Christmas is weeks away.
It's not that far off.
But still, she would think that you're really interested in her, and that's not our plan.
I am interested, and I think the time is right now to let her know it.
Did she agree to the Christmas dinner thing?
She did, and she seemed to be excited about having a family Christmas.
You might be right about that. I think she misses having a family, being an only child and all.
We talked about that, too, Eddie said. That's something else we have in common.
Two lonely children come together and fall in love and end up with a dozen children together.
Well, I don't know about a dozen. Depends on how many she wants, he chuckled.
This is sounding serious.
Maybe.
I'm happy for you.
I owe it all to you, Cherish.
Don't thank me yet. 2 weeks is a long time. Anything can happen.
I know, but I feel confident.
I suppose that's better than feeling not confident, Cherish said.
I certainly think so.
I don't know if she'll confide in me, but I'll find out what I can.
I'll be waiting, he said.
Do you want me to call you tomorrow and tell you what she said? Asked Cherish.
Yes, please. I can't wait to hear what she says.
If I hear anything, I'll call you, and if I don't hear anything, I won't.
Sounds good to me, he said. Cherish was pleased he was sounding so self-assured. He was like a different person.
What's your next move?
I'll just see what happens.
You can't do that, she said.
Why can't I?
Because you need to plan this.
Well, that's my plan, to wait and see what happens. Cherish wasn't happy he was being so dismissive when she was trying to help him. He should listen to her more.
What I mean is, are you going to ask her out again before Christmas?
I'm not sure. Do you think I should?
I'll see how she is and see what she says about you. If I don't get back to you, don't do a thing.
Thanks, Cherish. I owe you. She was pleased to hear his appreciation.
Yes, you do, and I won't forget it.
He chuckled, and then Cherish hung up the phone's receiver. She closed her address book, satisfied that she'd helped Eddie overcome his shyness. He was even making smart decisions on his own. At least, some of them were smart. Having Caroline there on Christmas Day might not turn out so good. Cherish walked back to the house, and for some reason, Malachi, her farm manager, was on her mind. She needed to write a letter and tell him about coming there in the new year. Maybe she'd told him, but she couldn't remember doing so. Just as she was walking toward the stairs while thinking about what else to write in that letter, her mother yelled at her from the kitchen. "Where are you going?" Cherish had her foot in the air, nearly on the first step that led up to the bedrooms. She stopped and headed to the kitchen.
Sorry, Mom, my mind was elsewhere. I was thinking about writing to Malachi.
Yeah, you should do that, but not instead of helping with the dinner.
Nay, I wasn't.
You'll do anything to get out of work, Cherish.
I wasn't trying to get out of anything.
Mom pointed to the vegetables that needed peeling and cutting. Cherish said no more. There was no point talking to her mother when she was in a mood like this. The rest of the time in the kitchen was spent in silence, until Hope walked in and offered her help. Chapter 13. After the evening meal, Cherish didn't go outside with the others. Instead, she headed to her room to write the letter to Malachi while she was still in the mood. She took a fresh sheet of paper and sat down on the bed. As she normally did, she used her Bible to support the page.
Dear Malachi, I'm pleased to let you know that my mother's best friend Ada and her husband are taking me to the farm when the weather warms up. I'll be excited to see what you've done with the place, seeing that you fail to talk about it in your letters, even though I've repeatedly asked that of you. Is the farm making a profit? Is it doing well or poorly? I need to know all these kinds of things. I will send you a package soon. It's a Christmas gift of sorts. Don't get too excited, because it's only something small. I made it myself. And please don't feel you have to get me anything. I don't want or need a thing. I'm only telling you so that if you get a note telling you that you have a package at the post office, you'll know what it is. Well, you won't know what it is until you open it, but you will know it's from me. Nothing much is happening around here. Levi is better. Florence is now running the orchard. Joy, my older sister, is having a baby any time now. And Hope, one of my other sisters, just got engaged and is getting married about this time next year. Now that I write it, it seems quite a lot. Oh, and that girl Caroline I told you about is still here. There is no mention of when she's going home. I thought she'd go home at Christmas, but she's not saying a thing. You'd think her parents would want to have her there, but they don't. Now Caroline is saying her parents have gone overseas. That might not even be true. I don't trust her. Timmy is doing well and can say a few words now. My mother gets really annoyed with Timmy. I'm not sure why. She hates all animals. Caramel is good too. Bliss still has Cotton Ball, and we found homes for all of the baby rabbits. I don't know why I'm telling you all these things when you never tell me anything. That's all I'm going to say for now until you write me and tell me what's happening there. Your friend, Cherish. As soon as she wrote the word friend, she wished she hadn't. He wasn't her friend. But if she crossed it out, he'd see it. The only other thing she could do was rewrite the entire thing. That would be bothersome and a huge waste of time. She'd have to let him think they were friends. Maybe he wouldn't notice it there at the end of the letter. Why had she mentioned a gift? Perhaps that was the right thing to do. But now she'd have to think of what she could make him. Cherish breathed out heavily as she folded the pages into thirds. Then she got off the bed and found an envelope that she'd gotten from Favor's room some time ago and tucked the letter inside. She took a pen and neatly wrote her farm's address on the front of it and her home address on the back. She propped it against her clock on her chest of drawers so she would be reminded that it needed mailing. As always, there was no shortage of postage stamps in Favor's room. She'd get one tomorrow, she decided, as she took off her apron and cap and left them next to the letter. Next, she exchanged her dress for her nightgown, and seeing the Bible on the middle of her bed, she picked it up. Once she was in bed, she let it fall open. As usual, it fell open at the Psalms, since that was in the center of the book. Reading always calmed her mind and gave her a sense of peace. Before Levi had gotten ill, the family would sit around the living room after dinner and have Bible readings. Those days had passed, with him now going to bed so early in the evenings. Maybe when Caroline went home, things would get back to normal. Cherish wriggled uncomfortably at the thought of their visitor, and then put her out of her mind and continued reading to the end of the chapter. Chapter 14. The next morning, Joy realized she was still worrying about the upcoming birth of her baby. She wasn't getting straight answers from anyone about what it would be like, and she hoped Florence would give her some honest insights. As soon as her brother collected Isaac for work at the saddlery store, she headed to Florence's house. Thankfully, Isaac had gotten the horse and buggy ready for her to go visiting. As the horse clip-clopped down the tree-lined streets, she found it a constant effort to stop fretting about every little thing. The constant concern was that Isaac and she were growing further apart rather than closer together. With the baby coming soon, she would have thought he should make more of an effort to see her side of things. She didn't like the way he'd suddenly become so judgmental. He didn't seem like that when they first married. There were so many scriptures she could have quoted to him regarding that, but that would have only annoyed him. Besides, people only hear what they want, and only see what they want, until they're ready to see or hear a different side of things for themselves. The other worry was the birthing process itself. It was scary because it was unknown. All she needed was for someone to tell her the truth of the matter. When she saw Florence and Carter's cottage, she was pleased to see their car alongside it. They were home. Their curtains were fully open, and smoke spiraled from the chimney. She stopped at the hitching post. carefully lowered herself to the ground while being careful not to fall, and wrapped the reins around the post. The hint of the smoke in the chilly air was a pleasing aroma. Much like freshly baked bread, it was a homey, welcoming smell. She headed to the cottage, hoping she'd be welcome. Rat-a-tat. She hadn't finished knocking on the front door when it opened. Florence stood there. "Joy, it's nice to see you. Come in. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" "No." Florence took hold of her arm and helped her inside. Then she helped her out of her coat. As she hung it up near the front door, Florence noticed Joy's belly. "Look at you. I can't believe the size of you." Joy looked down at herself. "I know. Not long to go now." "Come sit in the living room. Carter's in the kitchen doing some work. That's his office until we get the new house built." Carter appeared and gave her a little wave. "Hello again, Joy." "Nice to see you, too. Don't let me hold you up. You go back to work. I just wanted to have a few minutes with Florence if I can borrow her." "Sure." Carter went back to the kitchen while Florence sat down with her on the couch. "Can I make you tea or coffee or anything?" Florence asked. "Nay, danke. I've only just had one. But you have one if you want." "No, I'm okay. We had coffee earlier." "How's everything going? I've been wanting to visit, but I didn't know how you'd feel about that." "I'd be so glad if you do. You haven't seen my house yet, have you?" "No. Rumor is it belongs to Levi." "Rumor is right, and he gave us a very generous offer to renovate it and live in it for free for a while. It wasn't really renovating, it was more repairing it. But it's all good now. A few weekends of Isaac's friends' free labor and a lot of hard work, and now we're done." "That's good." "I wanted to ask you about births. I want to know what your experience was." "Of giving birth?" "Yes." "Well, everything happened quite easily. Nothing went wrong. You're using the community midwife, aren't you?" "I am." "She's very good." "I know, and she's told me what it will be like, but I just wanted to hear from women who've been through it. It seems odd to have a midwife who hasn't been through the experience, don't you think?" "That doesn't mean that she doesn't know what she's doing, but I suppose her own birth experience would add something." Joyce shrugged her shoulders. "I can't shake this feeling. I'm really worried something will go wrong." "Nothing will. It's only normal to worry about something if you haven't been through it before." "I know. I've been praying about it, and I'm trying to believe that everything will be fine, but I still worry." Joy inhaled deeply. "It's only normal to be worried, Joy, especially with your first baby." Joy looked at Florence's smiling face. "I hope I'm as happy as you are one day. You have a wonderful husband, a wonderful baby, and—" Joy looked around. "Oh, where is Iris?" Florence laughed. "She's upstairs asleep. It's a rare moment that she sleeps during the day now. She didn't sleep much last night, so she's catching up." "I don't want my baby to have naps in the daytime. I want to play with her, or him." "Believe me, when your baby arrives, you'll need your sleep. You're best off to sleep when your baby's asleep." "I know, people have said that. Right now, I don't have much to do during the day apart from cooking and cleaning. It seems odd that soon I'll probably be busier than ever." Florence smiled. "You get lots of help from Mom and the girls. It's good that you have everyone so close. It can't be easy for Mercy and Honor living so far away, but still, they have each other." "I know. That's the good thing about having so many sisters. And I like it now that you're at the orchard. It seems more like home when I visit now. More like the old days." "It's good to feel accepted. I wasn't for a long time, and that was awful." "It must have been horrible. Everyone had to get used to the shock of you leaving. And I mean, we didn't even know Carter. Just that he was the friendly man from next door whose cows used to get into our orchard." "That's right. The cows he inherited from the previous owner. He called them his pets." "What became of them when you started the orchard?" Carter yelled out, "We found them a good home not far from here. We see them when we're driving past every now and again. That's just one of the sacrifices I've made for Florence." Joy covered her mouth in shock. "You can hear us?" asked Florence. "Loud and clear." The two women laughed. Chapter 15. After an hour at Florence's house, Joy climbed up into the buggy. It was becoming increasingly difficult to do anything with the heavy weight of her midsection. Still, it had been worth it to make the trip to see Florence. She felt a little bit better from talking to her. She'd made her marriage to an Englisher work, and that was a good sign. How much more should her own marriage to Isaac be successful? At that moment, she decided to pay Isaac a surprise visit at the saddlery store, just like she used to do in the early days of their marriage. Half an hour later, Joy walked into her brother's store where Isaac worked. Mark looked up from behind the counter and smiled. "Hi, Joy." She only hoped Isaac would be as pleased to see her. "Hi, Mark. Is Isaac in?" She thought he might be running errands. "He's in the back room starting on our inventory. We're having a big sale once the store reopens after Christmas." "That sounds like a good idea." "I hope so." "Do you mind if I see him? I won't take up very much of his time." "Go on back, it's fine. Stay and help him if you want." "I don't think I'd be any use. I'm not much use for anything at the moment." "Don't be like that." She smiled. "I'm trying." He frowned and then looked at her more intently. "What's wrong?" She didn't want him to be worried, so she brushed off his concern. "It's just that it's getting hard for me to move around." "It won't be for much longer." "That's what I keep telling myself." Joy headed to the back room and found Isaac perched on the edge of a stool, tapping away on a calculator. He looked up and seemed pleased to see her. "Hello. What brings you here?" She moved closer. "You do, of course." He got up, kissed her on the cheek, and then pulled out a chair for her to sit in. "Sit down. I thought you were visiting Florence today." She lowered herself into the chair. "I was, and then I wondered how you were today." "Probably the same as I was this morning before I left home." "I know, but I missed you, and I wanted to see you." "That's nice." He pressed his lips together into an odd kind of a half grin. Was he wishing he hadn't married her right now? "I was wondering if you might like something different for dinner." "I'll eat whatever you cook for me. You know that."
"Yeah, but what's your absolute favorite?"
Chicken, and then some more chicken. You know this already."
She smiled. "I do. But what about trying something a little different?"
"I really don't care. I've never said no to whatever you put in front of me. I love your cooking, Joy."
Dinka.
Praise for anything was good. She'd take it. "If you're bored, why don't you stop by and see Christina?" Christina was Isaac's sister, as well as being Mark's wife.
"I don't like to because she's so busy with her sewing."
"Everyone needs a break now and again."
"It's getting late now. I might do that tomorrow." "Yes, that will give me something to do tomorrow. I've already been out today."
"Sounds good."
He looked down at his paperwork.
"As much as I like being with you in the middle of the day, this work won't do itself." She pushed herself forward to stand up, and he jumped off his stool and helped her to her feet. "I'll walk you to the buggy."
"Nay, I'll be all right."
"Are you sure you're okay?"
"I'm fine. Why?"
"You don't normally come here."
"I just wanted to."
She reached her face up, and he gave her a quick kiss.
"I'll see you when you get home tonight."
"Yes, you will."
He smiled again. She walked out, wondering if things were improving between them. Yes, things were still strained, but he hadn't been horribly disappointed with her unexpected visit. When she walked into the store area of the building, Mark had just finished serving a customer.
"You're going already?" he asked her.
"It was just a quick visit."
"Why don't you visit Christina on your way home, if you've got time?"
Joy fiddled with the strings of her cup. "Isaac suggested that, but she always seems so busy."
"She'd love to see you."
"Really?"
"Yeah."
"Okay, I will."
"It'll make her day. She never has visitors."
Joy left the store feeling good about someone being pleased to see her.
Several moments later, the look on Christina's face when she opened her front door was anything but pleased. "Joy, what's wrong?" Christina asked. "Nothing is wrong. I just thought you might have a few spare minutes." "What for?" "To talk, that's all." "Oh." Christina put her hand on her heart and gave a sigh of relief. "I thought there was something wrong with Mark or Isaac, or your Bopley." She looked down at Joy's midsection and stretched out her hand toward her. "We're all okay. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Is this a bad time?" Christina moved back and opened the door wider. "Come out of the cold. It's perfect timing. I was just about to stop and have something to eat. Would you like to join me?" "Nay, Denka, I'm okay. But I can sit and talk while you eat." "Sounds good. Come on, come through to the kitchen." Joy walked through the living room full of prayer cups and aprons at various stages of production. The kitchen was no different. The dining table was covered with paper patterns, pins, and fabric. Christina lit the gas stove and put the tea kettle on it. Then she lit another burner and placed a small saucepan on it. "I'm just having leftovers." She glanced at Joy. "Sit down, please. Clear yourself a spot anywhere you'd like." Joy moved a pair of scissors and a ruler from one of the chairs and then sat down. "You can't be very far away from giving birth." "I'm not. Only a couple of weeks away." "I am happy for you. It's all I've ever wanted." Christina stayed standing and leaned against the countertop. "I know that. I hope it happens for you someday soon." "It won't. As soon as I realized that, I felt a lot better." "But you cannot give up. You must believe and have faith." "I know that's what they say, but I've had all the faith I can muster. I've had big faith. I've had faith as small as the grain of mustard seed, like the Bible says. I've done everything I could and more. But still, where are my kinner?" She put her hands in the air and looked around. "I'm happy for you, Joy. I'm not happy for me, but that's another story. As long as I can see plenty of your Bopley, that will make me happy. I watch Iris from time to time. She's so cute." "I know, she is. You can see mine as much as you want. Just stop in at my house or give me a call and I'll bring the Bopley here for a visit." "Dinka, Iris lights up my world. Why are some women blessed and others not? I don't know. I wish I could help you in some way." "You can't help me. No one can. I'm not bothered by it so much now. As I said, I've given up. When I gave up, I felt better. That doesn't mean I'm not sad. I've shed many tears, too many." "Are you sure you don't want a cup of hot tea or maybe a cold drink? A glass of water would be nice." Christina filled up a glass with chilled water and set it in front of Joy. "You're very blessed, Joy." "I know I am." Christina opened the bread bin and took out a loaf of bread and then began slicing it. "I was pregnant once, but I can't talk about that." Joy didn't know what to say, so she didn't say anything. Then Christina stopped cutting the bread. "Wilma knows about it." "Are you sure you don't want something? I'll feel strange eating in front of you." Joy smiled. "Perhaps just one slice of bread and butter. I can smell the bread from here. I might have room for a slice of buttered bread." "Good. Then I won't be eating alone." Christina continued, buttering a slice of bread for Joy, and then got out her own food. When Christina finally sat down with Joy, she asked, "What's your house like?" "You must come and see it. I'll have you and Mark over for dinner. Would you come?" "Of course I would." "Good. I've always been hesitant to ask, but it's been on my mind to have you over." "Why the hesitation?" Christina took a mouthful of stew. "Because I know you and Mark hardly go anywhere." "We do." "Oh, I didn't think you did." "I don't go to your mother's place because we don't get along. We've never gotten along. I've always thought she wanted Mark to marry someone better than me. She never liked me." "Nay, that's not so." "You wouldn't know. You were so young when Mark and I married. We were both out of the community when we met, and I think that's partly why Wilma never liked me. I knew Mark was out of the community when Dot died, and he came back in soon after. Yeah, with me. And then we married. You've been married a long time. We have. Mark does his thing, I do mine. He loves his store, and I love making my cops and aprons. You're very good at it. Dinka. And the extra money doesn't hurt. His store makes enough to keep us, but it's always nice to have some in the cookie jar to help those in need. That's so kind, Christina. Everyone must do their bit. I'm no kinder than the next person. We must all help each other. Joy took a mouthful of water and swallowed slowly. Seeing Christina alone like this was a good thing. She'd mostly been in contact with Christina when Mom was around. It was no secret that they didn't get along. You know that Hope and Fairfax are getting married in December? I heard that. It's such a long way off. I know, but that's what Fairfax wants, and Hope is fine with it. He's adjusting to everything quite well. It can't have been easy for him to change his ways and his whole life. He seems very nice. I haven't really talked to him much. He's got a nice face. He does. He's very handsome, and he's as nice as he seems. How's Levi coping with everything? Levi is doing well. He likes learning about the orchard, and he seems more tolerant now. It's almost as though he's more relaxed. Good for him. It can't be easy being married to a woman like Wilma. Joy didn't know what to say, so she took another large swallow of water. She's okay. I'm sorry to say that. She's your mother. I know she can be a little difficult at times. Christina smiled at her. Difficult is right. Let's not talk about her anymore. I'm fine with that. Christina ate a spoonful of stew while Joy munched on her bread. I'm so glad you stopped by. We haven't talked for a long time, and we should, since we're Schwester-in-laws. You're a perfect match for Isaac. Yeah, except for the incident that happened not so long ago. What was that? You know, when I was taken to the police station over that thing. Ah, that. Forget it. I'm sure you didn't mean to steal anything. I'm sure it was a misunderstanding. That made Joy feel good. It was. That's exactly what it was. Danka, Christina. If only Isaac had that much faith in me. Between you and me, he's a little upset with me still. He's always been stubborn. That's how he is. He's a plotter and doesn't like change or anything different. I'm surprised he moved here when he did. I see. So you think he'll get over it? I'm sure he will. I don't know his problem. Do you want me to talk to him about it? Joy shook her head. Nay, I think the less said, the better. I can tell it's upsetting you. Is that why you're here? Nay, I guess I was a bit lonely. I'm home all day by myself, and I'm not used to being alone. Yeah, I know. You've grown up with so many siblings. It'd be hard to be on your own through the day, but you won't be on your own forever. Christina patted Joy's tummy. You'll have my niece or nephew to keep you company. I can hardly wait. Me either. Joy finished her meal with Christina, and then she didn't stay too much longer. But now, after she'd been given such a nice welcome, she knew she could visit Christina whenever she felt like it. It made her sad to know that she'd never gotten to know her sister-in-law before, thanks to the friction between her and Wilma. Chapter 16. Fairfax knocked on Florence and Carter's door the next day. Florence had already heard his horse and buggy, and Carter was waiting for him at the front door. The two men shook hands, and then Carter brought him into the house. They had him sit down at the kitchen table. Fairfax said, Hope tells me you might have a job opening up soon. Is that fellow leaving? Yes, Bob's left already, so the job's yours if you want it. It would be good if you could start as soon as you can make yourself available. Yes, yes! He jumped up, shook Carter's hand once again, and then ran around the table and hugged Florence. Florence was so startled that she laughed. Then he sat down again and covered his face with his hands. Sorry, Florence, but thank you so much. I don't know what the job is, but I'll take it.
I'll see how much notice I have to give the Millers, and then I'll be here. I'll call you and let you know tonight." "Okay. It's much the same work as you were doing before, for your father. The other thing we want to discuss with you is that your old cottage is up for grabs if you want it." "Really?" "Yes," Florence said. "This is perfect. This is my perfect scenario. Who said dreams don't come true?" "And congratulations on your upcoming wedding," Florence added. "Thank you. That's why this is so important to me. I want to know where I'm going and have something by the time I marry Hope." "So what's the Amish life like?" Carter asked. "It's pretty much like I thought it would be, but I must say it feels nice. It's like an extended family. Everyone looks out for one another and helps each other. At first, I thought it was just people being forced to live a certain way, but everyone is so genuine." Iris's cries rang out from upstairs. Seems like she's not going to have her nap today either. Florence stood up and left the two men, heading upstairs to fetch Iris. She hoped Fairfax and Hope would be prepared for the differences that came with being from two different worlds. It hadn't been easy for her, adjusting to life outside the community, and she knew that Fairfax had to be prepared for ongoing issues adjusting to his new way of life inside it. Florence walked into the nursery to see Iris standing up and holding onto the bars of her bed. Iris smiled and reached her hands up to Florence. "Ah, you're getting to be such a big girl." She smoothed down Iris's hair that was getting so long it was falling across her face. "Don't grow up too fast, little girl," she whispered in Iris's ear before she lifted her into her arms and kissed her chubby cheek. After Florence changed Iris's diaper, she headed downstairs with her. Fairfax and Carter finalized some details. Then Carter handed him the keys to the cottage. "Move in whenever you're ready." Fairfax took hold of the keys. "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Can I take Hope to have a look? I mean, we might be living there together one day." "Do whatever you want," Carter said. "Thank you." He stood up, said his goodbyes, tickled Iris until she giggled, and then headed back to his buggy. All his worries about employment and a place to live were now solved. He couldn't wait to tell Hope the good news. She already knew that they most likely had a job for him, but she wouldn't have known he'd get his old cottage back. He'd lived in that cottage when they'd first fallen in love, and it held so many memories of him thinking and dreaming about Hope. He pulled up at the baker's apple orchard. Being next door to Florence and Carter, it had only taken him a few minutes to get there. He jumped down from the buggy and slipped the reins over the hitching post, and then started toward the house. Hope ran out to meet him, and he put his arms out and sped to her. They met in the middle of the driveway. "Well, how did it go?" "I've got the job. I could start right away, but I think it'll be in a week." She grabbed his arm. "That's so good." He took hold of her hand. "I know. I hope that's enough notice for the Millers." "Surely it would be, wouldn't it?" "I think so." "Come and sit down." She led him to the two white porch chairs. Once they were seated, he reached for her hand again, and this time he held on to it. "There is more news?" she asked him. "What is it?" "My old cottage is free, so they said I could live there again." "Oh, that's so good. Even better. And you get to live by yourself? Or do you have to share with someone?" "Just me, and then us when we get married. I know you're wondering if we can bring the wedding forward since I have a job now and a place for us, but I need to get my head wrapped around everything." "Nay, I wasn't thinking that. I totally understand. That gives me enough time to plan everything and get things ready. And I feel even better knowing that we'll be living there. I do so like your cottage." "Yeah, me too. I remember when my folks built it." "Who's living in the main house?" "The married couple who are working on the orchard." "Good. That's convenient. Then who will be in charge?" Hope asked. "Florence and Carter. Florence mostly. She's in charge of everything." "Good. That makes me happy. Now, do you want anything to eat? I've made some soup. There's plenty." "Nay, Danka. I'll give it a miss. I was going to take you to see the cottage, but now I'm thinking I better go back and tell the Millers what's going on."
He stood up and pulled her to her feet. Then he kissed her on the back of her hand before he let go of it. "Bye," he whispered. "Goodbye." He gave her a big smile before he left. She leaned against the porch railing, pressing her hand to her cheek, and watched as he drove his horse and buggy down the driveway. Chapter 17. As usual that night, the girls went outside with Caroline, but Cherish wasn't interested. It was too cold out. Instead, Cherish took her new knitting project downstairs and showed her mother. When Wilma saw the size of the wool and the needles, her mouth opened wide. "What's that?" "What does it look like?" Wilma laughed. "I've never seen anything like it." "I think it's a new thing they've got in. I saw it when I went to the store today. I'm knitting a baby blanket for Joy. Joy loves pink, and so do I. It's only for use at home. She won't take the baby out in a pink blanket. And that will be good, too, because if you make mistakes, no one will see them apart from Joy, and she probably won't mind." "Mom, you have no faith in my knitting abilities." "That's because I've seen how you knit." "Have faith. I'll improve." "That's right. You will if you keep doing it." "I can't wait to get started." She hoped her mother would volunteer to cast the stitches on. She could never remember how to do it. "With the size of the wool, it won't take you long to finish." "That's what I'm hoping." "You young people today have no stickability." "I think that's right. I like to finish something quickly after I start." "You have no stickability. That's what it is." "Well, there must be a good side to that as well. It means I get things completed in a very quick time. Now, will you cast the stitches on for me?" "Oh, Cherish, I must have shown you how to do that 12 times over the years." "I know, but I keep forgetting. Just show me a couple of stitches and I can do the rest." "All right, if I must." "Yeah, you must." Mom set her knitting down next to her. "Okay, come sit by me and I'll show you once again for the 100th time." Cherish sat on the other side of her and handed her mother the needles and the wool. Laughter escaped Wilma's lips as she took hold of the oversized needles. "I would never be able to get used to this." "It's probably more of a young people's thing." "Could be. Now watch what I do so you don't have to ask me next time." After Wilma cast on some stitches, Cherish said, "Got it. I can do it from now. How many stitches will I need?" "If you're doing a blanket, you should do as many as you can fit onto the needles." "Okay, and if I need more wool, they've got plenty of it in the store." "I don't doubt it, because you're probably the only person who is stupid enough to buy it." Cherish looked down at her project, feeling upset. If Mom didn't like it, maybe Joy would hate it too. What if Joy hates it? It is a bit unusual, and she does like unusual things. That's why she married Isaac. "Oh, Mom, Isaac is a wonderful man." "I suppose there's nothing wrong with him, but he is Christina's brooder, and I don't think she likes this family very much. I mean, when was the last time she visited us?" Cherish was a little confused as to how Mom's dislike for Christina had anything to do with knitting. "Have you said something to upset her?" "Nay, maybe you've said something to upset her, Cherish." Mom scowled at her. "Or maybe she doesn't like eating a meal at this house with your bird tweeting and deafening her when she's eating. Between your dog and your bird and Bliss's rabbit, I feel like I'm living in a barn instead of a house." "I could always move Timmy to the laundry room when we have guests, if that's what you're worried about." "I didn't say I was worried about it, but Christina might be worried about it and possibly other things. Who knows why she doesn't like us or this house? Or perhaps she wants Mark all to herself and doesn't want to share him with this family." Mom let out a long, drawn-out sigh. "I hope she's not poisoning his mind against us." "Why don't you ask her if there's anything bothering her?" Mom's mouth fell open. "I will not, and neither will you, because we've had too much happening with the orchard and with Levi being ill.
I'm only going to worry about my own family now. Joy's Bopley's coming soon, and that's a blessing from God for me. And for me, Cherish added. Mom looked across at her and pouted some more. You girls will be extra busy as soon as Florence whips you into line and makes you work. She'll do that after this winter season. Cherish screwed up her nose. I don't know if I like the sound of that. We really can't do much in the orchard in this cold weather. Listen to what I said. I said after the winter. Okay, sorry. I was concentrating on doing this. Mom looked down her nose. You're so slow. Is that all you've done? Once I get these casted on, I'll be able to knit faster. Just you wait and see. Florence is taking stock of our storeroom and seeing what we have. We may not be able to do outside work, but we'll be doing a lot of cooking, doing more jams and more preserving with the apples we've stored. We lost so many apples last year and the year before. I know. I don't even like to think about it. Even though her mother was disagreeable, Cherish enjoyed her time alone with her, away from the other girls. Chapter 18. That evening in their own home, Joy sat beside Isaac on their living room couch while he read the newspaper and she crocheted a jacket for their baby. Months ago, they'd sit here in the evenings and talk for hours about the future, their hopes and their dreams. Now they sat together more like strangers in uncomfortable silence. They were physically close, but they couldn't have been further apart mentally. She'd been accused of shoplifting, and even though it hadn't been true, she'd admitted to it. It might not have been the best decision, but in her heart it had felt right at the time. She'd expected understanding from Isaac, and she'd gotten none. Right now, no one knew the full truth of the complicated matter, but soon she'd have to tell it. If Isaac hadn't acted so badly, she would have told him the truth immediately, but his reaction had gotten her back up. Since it seemed he had hardened his heart against her forever, she'd have to tell him the whole story of what happened that day, and she'd best do it sooner rather than later. As Joy sat with a blanket over her knees, the wool slipping through her fingers without her having to pay attention to it, she wondered how she would have reacted if Isaac had done something wrong. She tried her best to put herself in his shoes. Maybe she was just as much at fault as he? For the sake of a peaceful life and a loving marriage, it was time. She set her crochet work down on top of her belly. Can we talk? He lowered the newspaper slightly, and she only saw his eyes. Talk? You have something else to confess? He asked, arching an eyebrow. It was a hurtful thing to say, especially when she was trying to smooth the troubled waters. I already said I was sorry. He went back to looking at the newspaper, hiding his face from her. You don't want to talk to me? He looked up. I want to talk to the woman I married. Do let me know if you bump into her somewhere, because right now I don't know who you are. She closed her eyes tight to hold in the tears. Where was the softness, the love, the compassion? He continued, I'm not the one you should be making your confessions to. I have confessed many times. I feel awful about this. Totally awful. Again, he lowered the newspaper to look at her. Joy, you're a beautiful woman. You are kind and you have a lovely heart. But the thing about you that captured my heart was your faithfulness and steadfastness toward God. That's still there. I'm still the same person. His lack of a response spoke volumes. He was disappointed in her and their marriage. She didn't know what to do, and their baby was only weeks away. With an attitude like he had, he didn't deserve to know the truth. When he resumed his reading, she kept her eyes closed and prayed God would open his heart enough so he would listen to what she had to say. God would make things right for their family. Never again would she go to the store and look at the pretty things the Englisher children wore. There was no point. I'm sorry I've disappointed you. After a deep breath, she recommenced her crocheting. You've already apologized. No need to keep doing it. Well, I feel I do, because you just have a big wall up now. You're in the same room, but you might as well be a million miles away.
He folded the paper and tossed it onto the coffee table. Do you want me to leave? I could stay with Christina and Mark. The words scared her. How could he even think that? You know I don't. I don't want you to go anywhere. I just want things to be back to normal. I'm trying, Joy. I'm trying. But I can't help feeling I've been cheated. And I'm not saying that to hurt you. I'm just telling you how I feel in my heart. Her baby kicked her, hard. She put her hand against the movement and tapped what felt like his foot. She couldn't wait until she had her baby in her arms. Her child would love her no matter what. Isaac. He stood up. I'm trying, Joy. I'm trying as hard as I can. When you talk to me like this, it's just pushing me further away. I'll come around in my own time. He stared at her until she gave a nod. I'm going to bed. Before the incident, they'd always go to bed at the same time. He had to come to his senses before the baby was born. Or would such a precious moment pass with them being at odds with one another? Chapter 19. 3 nights later, Cherish was nearly finished with the baby blanket. I can't believe it! Just a few more rows! Cherish hadn't joined the girls outside, preferring to stay with her mother and do more practical things. Wilma glanced over at it. That will keep the Bopley warm for many years. I know it's a big blanket. I didn't plan on it getting to this size. Well, I did talk to the lady at the store about it being big enough for the baby to still use it on a regular bed. Are you going to give it to her early? Wilma asked. I don't think so. I think I'll keep it in my bedroom until it's closer to the time. Good idea. You've made so many things for the baby, it'll never run out of things to wear. Are you going to knit some more when you finish that? Wilma asked. I don't know. I have enjoyed it. It's been nice sitting and talking to you with no one else around. Yeah, it wonders me why they all like being outside in the cold. I agree. It's madness. But they've just gotten used to it now. I was thinking you should make something for Malachi. It gets cold at the farm, doesn't it? Cherish made a face before she remembered what she'd written in her letter to him. She said she had made him something small. Just as well her mother reminded her. Call it a Christmas gift. Then Cherish was bothered by something else. But then he'll think I like him. I don't want him to get the wrong idea. Nay, he won't. You're the owner of the farm, and he's looking after it for you. You should do something nice for him in appreciation for his year of hard work. It's not easy running a farm, especially when he's only one person. If he's feeling poorly, he'd still have to do all the work. The work won't do itself. I guess that's true. Now I feel bad that I've never done anything nice for him. What could I make him? What about some warm socks? Socks sounded a little complicated. They had curved toes and curved heels. I guess I could if you show me how to do it. I will. Cherish didn't have any more money because she spent it all on Joy's baby dress and the blanket. And do you have some spare wool I can use? The only color I have is red. That would be perfect for him. I was thinking of red. That last part wasn't entirely true. She was thinking any color Wilma had on hand would do. I've had the yarn for years. I'll make a start on them tonight when I finish this. Oh, but I don't know the size of his foot. It doesn't matter because they'll be stretchy. Will they? Cherish asked. Yeah, to a certain extent. It sounds like something I could handle. You can if you put your mind to it. Cherish stopped knitting. It was a rare moment she got a compliment from her mother. It was nice to hear some encouragement. Do you really think so? I do. She waited for her mother's words to be followed by something nasty, but the barb never came. Perhaps her mother was changing. I'll even help you so they'll be done fast enough to get into the post office in time for Christmas. Thank you, Mom. That would be wunderbar. The next morning, Wilma and the girls were gathered in the kitchen when Levi's laughter sounded from the living room. Cherish was closest, so she went to investigate. What's funny, Levi? He stood at the end of the couch. What's this? He picked up her half-knitted sock. It's a sock for Malachi. I know I should have put it away. Shall I move the knitting? Her mother left her knitting out, so Cherish had done the same. He grinned and placed it down. You're making him red socks? Yeah. Does he have a giant foot? Cherish walked over and looked at the half-knitted sock. Then she glanced over to the end of the couch to the one Wilma was knitting. It seemed smaller. It does look a little big. No matter. I'm sure he can tuck them into his work boots. The extra length will keep him warmer. Maybe. What do you think of the color? Levi raised his eyebrows. It's bright. Breakfast is nearly ready. Do you want me to bring it out here for you, or do you want to sit in the kitchen? Levi moved closer to the couch. I think I'll have it out here. Then he whispered, It's easier on the ears. Cherish giggled. I know what you mean. I'll fetch it for you. Denka. He lowered himself onto the couch. Since he'd gotten sick months ago, Levi often had his meals in the living room away from all the chatter of the girls. As Cherish fixed his breakfast on a tray, she thought it would be funny to make Levi some red socks too, since he found them so amusing. And with spending all her savings on the dress for Joy, all her presents this year were ones that she'd have to make. There'd be no store-bought presents this year. For her mother, she'd make a handkerchief and embroider her initials. She had one like that years ago, but without her mother's knowledge, Cherish had borrowed it and had carelessly lost it. And since her 2 older sisters had left, she hadn't worried about sending them Christmas gifts, and neither had they sent her any. But what would she get Florence, Carter, and Iris? Christina and Mark never got anyone anything, and they didn't exchange gifts with their half-brother Earl, so now all that were left were her sisters and Isaac, also Fairfax and Adam. Then there was Caroline. Cherish glanced at Caroline, who was munching on scrambled eggs and toast. It seemed she was never going home. Sweets and candies were the easiest idea for gifts. She'd make them tonight and hide them until their gift-giving day. I'll do the washing and wiping up tonight, Cherish announced, to several shocked faces. You will? Mom asked. Yeah, I have a project I'll be working on, and no one will be allowed in the kitchen until late tonight when I'm finished. What about the socks for Malachi? Wilma asked. I'll do that after. I'll stay up late. Very well. Cherish scooped a helping of the scrambled eggs out of the fry pan and onto a plate, and slid 4 pieces of buttered toast on another small plate, and added them to the tray with Levi's black coffee. Then she headed back out to Levi with it. Here you are, she said as she placed it down on the coffee table. Danke, Cherish. This looks wunderbar. He rubbed his hands together. Are you cold? I'm fine. I could put a blanket over you if you want. The pink one you were knitting? He smiled and then said, Nay, Dinka. That's a baby blanket. I hope so. The fire's warm enough for me. Don't let your own breakfast get cold. Okay. If you want anything else, yell out. He looked down at the tray. Perhaps a knife and fork? Cherish looked down at the food. Sorry. She hurried out to the kitchen and heard her mother complaining about Timmy again. Timmy was getting more and more vocal, coming out of his shell. That didn't suit Mom one little bit. He's happy, Mom, Cherish told her before she headed back to Levi with knife and fork. Here you are. She laid the knife and fork down on the tray in front of Levi and then hurried back to the kitchen. Chapter 20. It was a quiet Christmas morning in the Brunner household. Tonight, they'd have a big family meal, and gifts would be exchanged the following day. Favor helped Caroline get ready for her lunch with Eddie and his family. Cherish stuck her head around the doorway of Favor's bedroom to see Favor brushing out Caroline's long golden locks. You're going to Eddie's still? Yeah, you know that, Caroline snapped. Just checking. Why? You thought he might get a better offer? No, not at all. I think you two make a lovely couple. That's nice of you, Favor said, smiling at Cherish. Isn't he due here now? Cherish asked. He said 12. It's 12 now. Cherish moved to Favor's window and looked out. I can see his car. Oh, Caroline stood up and asked Favor, "Do I look all right?" "You look beautiful." Cherish rolled her eyes behind Caroline's back. She wore skinny jeans and high-heeled boots with a red V-necked sweater. Long, dangling gold earrings hung from her ears. "Does he like a lot of makeup?" Caroline spun around to face her. "Too much?" "Not if he likes it that way. I have to wear red lips or I'll be too washed out with this color." "It does look good," Cherish said, being honest. Caroline must have known it, too, because she gave a genuine smile. "I should go." "Have a nice time," Cherish called after her when Caroline left the room. Favor went downstairs with her. That was no surprise. Favor always followed Caroline around. Cherish stayed in Favor's room and looked out the window again. Eddie's car was there, but he was nowhere to be seen. A couple of minutes later, Eddie and Caroline walked from the house to the car. She was carrying the pie she'd made for the occasion. Like the good gentleman he was, Eddie had met her at the door, and now he opened the car door for her. He held the pie while she fastened her seatbelt, and closed her door after she'd taken it back from him. Then Eddie hurried to the driver's side of the car. "Here we are," Eddie said as he pulled up in the garage of his home. "I hope you're hungry. Ma's a good cook, and she's been cooking for days." "I sure am hungry." "Perfect." Caroline passed him her cell phone. "Could you plug this in for me? I normally have to charge it when I go into town." "Sure." Eddie tucked the phone into his pocket. They walked the short distance to the house, and Eddie, holding her apple pie, one-handed opened the door for her to walk in. He was mindful of being a gentleman to impress her, but he wasn't prepared for what came next. His parents stood there like a pair of statues, grinning at them. "Let me introduce you to Caroline," he said. Now he was upset with himself for not finding out how to do introductions correctly. There was a proper way, and he hoped it was what he was doing. "Caroline, these are my parents." "Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Evans," Caroline said, politely holding out her hand to shake theirs. "Howard and Linda will be fine," Eddie's father said as he shook her hand. His mother ignored her outstretched hand and reached forward and pulled Caroline's tiny body into a hug. Caroline gave an embarrassed giggle, and Eddie hoped she wouldn't mind his mother's enthusiasm. When his mother released her, she said, "Are you hungry?" "She is," Eddie said. "And Caroline brought us another apple pie that she made with her very own hands." His mother smiled. "How thoughtful, Caroline. Thank you." Linda took it out of Eddie's hands. "Right then. Sit down at the table and we shall serve up." When they all had food on their plates, they started eating. Eddie saw Caroline hesitate. "We don't say grace here. Doesn't mean we're heathens." Caroline smiled. "I never thought you were. I'm used to being at the Brunner's house." "You must be missing your home," Eddie said to Caroline. "Today, especially." "I do miss them a little, but the Brunners have been so kind." "Oh, yes, that's right," Mr. Evans said. "Wilma married again. I keep thinking she's a baker. The name Baker, not an actual baker, as in a bread maker." Eddie's father looked up and grinned, and Caroline smiled back at him. Eddie was embarrassed at his father saying such a silly thing. He couldn't control what his parents did. If Caroline still wanted to see him after this, it'd be a miracle. "At home, it's just me, and I like being part of a large family. Sure, the girls have their disagreements about things, but that's something that can't be avoided in a large family, I've come to realize." "I wanted a large family too," Linda said, "but I ended up with just Eddie." "Just me? I hope I was enough for you, Ma." "Oh, you were the perfect child. He's never given us a moment's trouble, Caroline. I'm glad he brought a girl home this Christmas, finally. I've been asking him every Christmas to bring a girl, but he never has one to bring." "That's enough of the history lesson. Thanks, Ma." "Caroline doesn't mind, do you, dear?" "Not at all. I can listen to stories about Eddie all day. Do you have any more?" Eddie jumped in. "No, they don't. As you can see, we've got lots more food. Turkey with all the trappings. Do you want some more turkey? It's a big one, and there's more baked vegetables, applesauce gravy, my grandmother's recipe for stuffing, and then we'll have your apple pie for dessert." We've had one of your apple pies before, and we loved it. Eddie had the thought that if he kept talking, there'd be no chance for his parents to embarrass him. Caroline had to stop herself from laughing at Eddie's enthusiasm. "Yes, I see the food. It all looks marvelous, and I'm sure it will taste just as good." She heaped some more food on her plate, wondering how she was going to eat it all. "I don't suppose the Amish have much for Christmas," Linda said. "They do have a bit of a celebration, a special meal today. They have something that's called Second Christmas, which happens the day after Christmas when they exchange the gifts. Only small gifts, they tell me. I've got a gift for everybody in the family. They would be embarrassed if the gifts were too extravagant. Favor told me not to spend too much money, but she didn't need to worry about that since I'm only a student." "How are you getting on with your studies?" Eddie's mother asked. "I'm having a break for a while, but I am gaining valuable experience about different things in the Amish world."
That's right. Eddie came to me with your idea about doing tours. Are you doing tours of the apple orchard?
Howard asked her. "They're thinking about it, but it's on the back burner with the change of ownership and everything." "They sold it?" Linda looked up from her food. "No, it's still staying within the family, but Florence has taken it back over again. She and her sisters are joint owners now, but she's in charge. Wilma's second husband, Levi, was doing it for a while, and then he got sick."
Yes, we know about his heart attack. I hope he's taking it easy.
"He is now." The small talk continued right through the meal. When it was over, Caroline offered to help with the dishes, but Linda wouldn't hear of it. Eddie and Caroline excused themselves and went for a walk outside in the freezing cold. "I hope you're not too cold, are you?" "I'm fine." "This is the only way I could get you away from my folks and all the questions they were asking you." Caroline laughed. "I was quite prepared for that. I know how parents can be." "Did you call yours today?" Caroline looked into the distance. "They're not big on Christmas." "Really?" She nodded. "It's really just another day to them." "That's sad. Days like Christmas should be celebrated with family togetherness, and of course, good food." "Are you religious? You didn't pray before the meal." "Sometimes I am." "How can you be religious sometimes?" Caroline asked. "I am on special days like Christmas and Easter, and of course Thanksgiving. It doesn't mean I have to pray before anything. I can do it in my head." "Since I came here, I've been thinking more about God and more about life." "Wait." He stopped walking. "You're not going to join the Amish, are you?" "No way," Caroline laughed. "I couldn't wear the clothes." He threw his head back and laughed along with her. "I know you're an impatient woman. I should think the pace of life would be too slow for you." "That's true, but it has been surprisingly nice for a change. I'm thinking of writing a book about them." They continued walking. "Don't do that." "Why not?" "They wouldn't like it." "I don't know if that's right. I mentioned it before and no one seemed upset except for Cherish, but she gets upset about most things I say." "Believe me, I've been living around them for a long time. Some of the Amish folk are good friends of me and my parents. I know how they think. They won't take kindly to it if you write any kind of a book that mentions them by name." "Do you think so?" He nodded. "I've never been sure about anything unless it's something to do with bees." "If I do write it, I won't mention their names." That could be a way around it." "Who knows what the future might bring," she said as they continued walking. "I certainly never expected to be at your place this Christmas." "I hope you've enjoyed it." "I'm glad you invited me. I'll have to get back soon, though. They're having a big Christmas dinner, and Favor volunteered herself and me to help cook." "I understand. I'm happy you could come today and share a few hours with us." "Me too." Chapter 21. When Eddie brought Caroline home, Cherish knew from her face that the lunch had gone well. She didn't need to ask, and if she had, Caroline probably wouldn't have told her anything about it. Feeling the cold, Cherish was in her room changing into a warmer dress, and Caramel was sitting on her bed watching her. It was so chilly that Cherish was already wearing 2 sets of woolen undergarments. Then she heard Favor calling her, followed by a pounding noise, like Favor was running up the stairs. Cherish straightened her dress and pulled her apron on before she opened her door to see Favor's flushed face. "It's for you! It's the phone!" The words tumbled out of Favor's mouth in an excited way. "The phone?" Cherish asked, wondering who it could be. The reporter she liked so much? Daniel, maybe? She hadn't heard from him in a while. This could mean he really liked her if he'd been thinking about her today. "Yeah, someone's on the phone for you." "Who?" A tiny smile lifted Favor's lips. "Go on, you better not keep him waiting." Caroline suddenly appeared behind Favor. "You better answer it before he hangs up." "Just tell me who it is." By the look on Caroline's face, she knew it wasn't Daniel, because Caroline liked him too. "Nay, find out for yourself," Favor said, being extra annoying. Cherish followed the 2 girls down the stairs. "Do you know who it is?" "It's Malachi," Caroline said finally. "Oh," Favor said. "Hurry! He can't wait on the phone forever." Cherish hurried out the door, listening to Caroline and Favor giggling at her. Once in the barn, she skidded around the hay bales that were scattered about the place due to Caroline and the others using the barn as their personal living room. She reached for the receiver and said a breathless hello. "Merry Christmas to you and your family, Cherish." "Thank you, Malachi. Merry Christmas to you as well." "Thank you." There was an awkward silence before he asked, "Are you puffing?" "I had to run from the house to the barn. It's quite a distance." "I'm sorry to put you to all the trouble." For some weird reason, even with his poor speech, she felt her heart pounding, and it wasn't entirely from the running. He wasn't a match for her, with his rough manner and even rougher speech. So why was she suddenly searching for words? She had to say something, or he'd think she'd put down the phone. "It's okay." "Thank you for the socks," he said. "You're welcome. I'm glad you got them before Christmas." "I did, but I saved thanking you until today." "You're welcome." "Thank you."
"Do they fit?"
There was a hesitation. "One does, and they're warm. I'm wearing 'em now." Cherish smiled at the thought of the socks. The one her mother knitted would have been the one that fit. The socks she knitted had ended up giant-sized. When she saw it was too big, it was too late to start over if they were to get to him by Christmas.
"Do you like the color?"
"Yeah, I love red."
"Good."
"What are you doing today?"
"Nothing much. Just having a quiet day apart from doing lots of cooking and eating. We've got guests coming for Christmas dinner. How about you?"
"Nothing much either. I'm here on the farm. I had dinner with me uncle yesterday, in advance of Christmas Day, on account of them being so busy today."
"Oh, that would have been nice. And how is Ruth next door?"
"Still the same. She's still spying on me, waiting for me to do something wrong so she can call you and tattle on me."
"I haven't heard from her."
"I must be doing something right, yes?"
"Maybe."
The more she talked to Malachi, the more she realized she might have liked him a little bit, but only as a friend. He was doing his best work on the farm for her, and she had to appreciate that. "You're coming here soon?" he asked.
"Ada, my mother's best friend, and her husband said they'd take me. I told you that in my letter."
"You did, in the only letter that I got from you all year nearly."
"Oh, that's not true."
He laughed. "Not quite, but I don't hear from you often."
"Well, I don't hear from you much either."
She frowned. That wasn't so. He did write to her often, so she added,
"That's because you're supposed to be calling me to give me the updates on what's happening with the farm."
"Is that right? I'm sorry, I didn't know the rules." Now she was frustrated. For a minute, she had crazy thoughts about marrying him when she was older, and then he'd always be there to work on the farm. How convenient would that be? But it wouldn't work, because he'd never listen to her. He hadn't listened to her so far. He'd be forever doing his own thing. She had to set him straight about what he'd just said.
"That's where you're wrong. We have talked about this.
I explicitly asked you to give me updates either by phone or by mail about the activities on the farm. His response was just as stern. Now, Cherish, nothing happens around here day in and day out. What do you expect would happen? For one, telling me that you decided to sell all the chickens. You did that without asking me. I didn't find out until I visited. It would have been nice to be asked. Ah, that. Yes, that. That was ages ago, and you know I don't like chickens. But they provide you with eggs, Cherish said. I can get eggs from any farm around the place. They're for sale everywhere. Cherish smiled when she recalled his story about the chicken that chased him when he was a child. Now he feared them. It's an unreasonable fear that you have. It's not a fear. It's a phobia. You couldn't expect a man to face such a fear, would you? Forget it, Cherish snapped. The chickens are gone now. I was just using that as an example. I need to be told things. It is my farm. Yeah, I know. How's your family? Good. My sister is having a baby soon. Yeah, you said that in your letter. Joy's having a baby. That's right. I can't wait. So you're not too lonely there at the farm? Cherish brushed some dust off the phone with her fingertips. Never. How could I be with all these animals around? Cherish laughed. You really like it there? I do. That's good for me, I guess. That's why I'm here, just for you. Cherish frowned at his comment. That's good. Do you have other news for me? Nothing at all. She shrugged off the odd feelings she had for him and reminded herself how wrong he was for her. Then she knew she was having these feelings because she was lonely. It was so long since she'd had any male attention. I'll give you plenty of notice before I visit. You don't have to. I keep the house clean, so it's ready whenever. I know, but I will. Suit yourself. Bye. She hung up the phone's receiver, still feeling a strange, warm, fuzzy buzzing sensation inside. Brushing it off, she headed out of the barn. When she looked up at the house, she saw Bliss and Adam on the porch, looking very serious. Were they about to break up? Cherish had always liked Adam, and if they did break up, would it be wrong for her to like Adam? Perhaps she could date him when she was older, if he was still available. She bit her lip as she walked at a slower pace, still keeping an eye on them. Nay, she'd have to wait until Bliss was interested in someone else. By that time, Adam would probably have found another girl. Men like him were snapped up quickly. When she walked past them into the house, they didn't even notice her. To her delight, when she got inside, there was no one in the living room. She crept close to the window that backed onto the porch and very carefully opened it a crack so she could hear their conversation. Chapter 22. Bliss was surprised when Adam showed up so early for Christmas dinner. He normally came half an hour before the evening meal was served. Sensing something was wrong, she met him outside before he got a chance to knock on the door. I've got something to talk to you about, Bliss. She stared into Adam's eyes. What is it? Can it wait until after dinner? Or could we talk while we watch Cotton Ball in his enclosure? Nay, I'd like to talk about it now, and then we can do something with Cotton Ball. He motioned toward the two large white chairs on the porch. Out here, where there's no one around. She stayed where she was. It sounds so serious. What is it? It's nothing, just worried. About what? Bliss asked. She didn't have one clue what could be so disturbing to him. Still standing while she shivered, she hugged herself and rubbed her arms. Immediately, he took off his coat and wrapped it around her. Dinka, what's so important? She asked. Well, it's not that important. Now I wish I hadn't mentioned it until after dinner. But I just wanted to have a quiet time without any of your sisters around. Bliss looked up and down the length of the porch. Okay, we'll sit down. She moved forward while a dozen things ran through her mind. She was pretty certain he wasn't going to end things. They got along so well, and he was always so loving and attentive. Did he have to move back home because his parents needed him? She sat down and looked straight ahead. No matter what it was, she had to support him. If he had to go home, she wouldn't make it all about her and what she wanted. She sat down in a chair, and he quickly sat next to her. "What's this about?" Bliss asked. He said, "Don't be worried. The reason I'm talking about this is that I want everything to be clear between us. I'm concerned for us after Hope and Fairfax set a date for their wedding." "What's that got to do with us?" "I had an idea that, well, I thought you might feel left behind. These girls are your sisters now." "Oh." She scratched the side of her face and looked out over the orchard. "I haven't given it too much thought." "I know how you girls think. There's a time where you feel you should be married. I just wanted you to know that's where we're headed. Don't give up on me." Cherish huddled under the window with her knees tucked under her chin. Adam wasn't breaking up with Bliss. It sounded more like a declaration of love. She was happy for Bliss, but equally as frustrated for herself. She'd really liked Adam, but he'd totally disregarded her. "I'll never give up on you." Bliss spoke in such a sweet way that it made Cherish want to scream. Then she realized it was no wonder he liked Bliss. She was a genuinely nice person. Bliss continued, "Well, some girls would be like that, but not me. I'll never give up on you." "Good. Now I feel better. I just didn't want you to feel left out or feel neglected in any way." "I think I feel fine," Bliss said. "I did feel fine until you mentioned it just now." Cherish held her breath, listening harder. "We haven't said we'd marry each other, but you know how I feel about you. You're the reason I moved here. The business I set up is only so I can stay here and build us a future. I did that for you." "Danka for telling me, but it wasn't necessary to say anything." "I'm glad you understand."
"I think we always understand each other."
Cherish rolled her eyes at their love talk. As far as she could see, they didn't have a solid foundation for their love. Adam had returned to the community because of the letter she wrote him. Bliss had nothing to do with it. The letter she wrote, pretending to be Bliss, wasn't even a love letter, but something in that letter drew him back. Even when Adam learned the truth of who wrote it, he didn't care. Nothing would turn his heart away from Bliss. It wasn't easy trying to be happy for her stepsister when a knife of regret was sawing its way through her heart. She listened harder and heard nothing. Not one word. Cherish covered her mouth. Were they kissing? She had to know. Slowly, she inched up so she could look out the window. No one was there. Cherish jumped when someone tapped her on the shoulder. She bounded to her feet and turned around to see Bliss and Adam right there, staring at her. Thanks to her being lost in her daydreams, she hadn't heard them.
"Oh!"
Cherish cleared her throat.
"Hi, Adam. Hi, Bliss. I lost a knitting needle down here somewhere. I'll find it later. Mom must need help in the kitchen."
She hurried past them, feeling her cheeks burning. What would Adam think of her now? Would Bliss be angry? She was about to find out. Bliss followed her into the kitchen.
"Were you listening to us just now?"
Cherish looked over her shoulder at Mom, Hope, Favor, and Caroline. They were busily involved in their own conversations while doing the food preparations. So as not to draw unwanted attention, she spoke softly.
"I told you, I was finding a knitting needle." "I don't believe that."
Cherish blew out a deep breath.
"Where's Adam? Shouldn't you be talking to him? Go on, there are plenty of us in the kitchen. No need for you to help."
Bliss pressed her lips together, and Cherish felt bad. Bliss was normally so bubbly and sweet. It was horrible to see her disappointed face looking back at her.
"Okay, I admit I did hear what was said, but I wasn't eavesdropping. It was more accidental." "Danka, for your honesty." "Okay, I did it deliberately." "Oh, Cherish. I'm sorry, but I get so little amusement these days."
Bliss looked at her, didn't say a word, and then walked out of the kitchen. Chapter 23. Joy and Isaac drove their buggy through the cold streets to the Christmas Day family dinner. Joy turned to Isaac. "I know you're still upset with me, but can you please just act normal in front of everyone?" "Why? They'd all know what you did by now, since you told Cherish." "I had to confide in someone. That person used to be you, but you've made me feel awful. What happened to forgiveness?" He glanced over at her. "People change, as I found out." She looked away, knowing that he meant she had changed. Then she felt a cold, wet nose on her neck. For a moment, she'd forgotten they'd brought Goldie with them, so that he could play with Caramel. He sensed she was upset. She reached as far as she could behind her and scratched him behind his ear. When they pulled up outside the house, Joy got out of the buggy without waiting for help from Isaac and opened the door for Goldie. He jumped out and ran off. She and Isaac walked to the house in silence. This Christmas night, some people were missing from the dinner table. Ada and Samuel weren't there, and neither were Mark, half-brother to the Baker sisters and Wilma's stepson, and his wife Christina. Christina was also Isaac's older sister. Newcomers Adam and Fairfax were at the table. Just when everyone was seated, they heard the front door open. "Who's that?" Levi asked Wilma. "I'll go and see." Before she got out of her seat, Ada and Samuel walked into the room. "Hello, everyone," said Ada with a bright, happy smile. "We've brought your favorite German cherry cake for you, Wilma." Wilma stood up and smiled. "Danke, Ada. I'm so happy to see you both. I thought you weren't coming." "And why wouldn't we? Don't we always come here for Christmas and every other special dinner?" "You do." The two women hugged, and just like that, their hard feelings were swept aside, forgiven and forgotten. Cherish directed Samuel to place the cake down on the kitchen counter, while Hope and Fairfax pushed 2 more chairs up to the table. "We weren't expected, I see," said Ada as she sat down. "We didn't know." Wilma sat too. "Danke for coming. It wouldn't be the same without you." Hope placed cutlery and dinner plates in front of them, while Fairfax followed with 2 glasses for the cider. "We're all here. I'm so happy." Wilma looked around at everyone. Wilma might have been happy, but they weren't all there, Cherish noticed. Florence and Carter weren't there. Neither were the 2 older Baker half-brothers. After they had each said their silent prayer and were reaching for the bowls in the middle of the plate to fill their plates, Adam Wingard cleared his throat. "I just wanted to say thank you for inviting me for dinner again, Mr. and Mrs. Brunner." "Of course we'd invite you. We know you don't have any family here, close by, so consider us your family." He smiled at Wilma. "Thank you. We can never have too many guests at our table," Levi commented. "The people we have here seem to change every year. Last year I'm sure we had Christina and Mark," Favor said. Hope asked, "Why aren't they here?" Isaac, being Christina's brother, replied, "I suppose they wanted to start their own Christmas traditions." "And this time next year, Isaac and I will have our Bopley here, sitting at the table in the high chair." "Nay," said Wilma, "we'll have to get smaller chairs and a table, and by that time he'll be old enough to sit at the children's table." "We did have a table and chairs somewhere. Is it in the barn?" asked Cherish. Wilma made a face. "That old thing? Your father made it, and it was a bit rickety. It was probably used for firewood some years ago." Cherish looked down at her chicken and pushed it around her plate with a fork. It didn't matter if the table was rickety. If her father made it, that was a good enough reason to use it. Rickety tables could be fixed, and their father would never be able to make them another table. "I don't remember there being anything wrong with it," said Hope. "That's because you were too young to know what was what," Ada said. Cherish looked at Caroline, who seemed to be a little green around the gills, and noticed she didn't have much food on her plate. "Did you eat too much at lunchtime, Caroline?" Caroline looked up and smiled at Cherish. "I think I did. I'm still fairly full from it. Only eat what you want, Wilma said. We don't want you getting sick. Did you go somewhere for lunch? Adam asked her. She did, Favor answered for her. She had Christmas dinner with the beekeepers from over the back. I don't know the beekeepers. There is no reason why you would. They're not Amish, Ada said. Ada was back to her old self. So was Samuel. He was still quiet and hardly said a word. Did you have a nice time? Levi asked Caroline. I did. I had a very nice time, and the food was delicious. It was a traditional Christmas dinner. And what did you learn about bees? Isaac asked, smiling for the very first time since he arrived. Everything I've learned about bees is amazing. Do you know how harmful it is when people use pesticides and even fertilizers? Not all fertilizers bad for bees, but a great many of them are. Nearly every pesticide harms them in one way or another. It's quite frightening. We need bees. The whole world needs bees. But only if you don't get stung, Favor said with a laugh. No, that's not so. There are even some medical conditions that can be treated by bee stings. You don't realize how important they are. Without bees, we have nothing. With all the advancements that modern civilization has done and everything that has been invented, no one has found anything that can do what bees can. Really? Cherish asked. Can't they do all that in a laboratory? Well, maybe, but it wouldn't be practical. And a laboratory can't spread pollen everywhere like bees do. Ada placed her knife and fork down and wrapped her arms around herself. What you said has just given me the chills, Caroline. Cherish looked at Ada, wondering what she was playing at. Dot always told us about the importance of bees, and that was one small reason why he wanted the orchard to remain organic. And it hasn't always been easy to go down that route, Joy told everyone. But that's what he decided to do, and I think we've all benefited from his decision, Levi said. I think the whole family has benefited from what he did for the orchard. And let's not forget Florence, Hope said. Yeah, said Cherish. Let's not forget everything Florence has done for this family. Cherish kept eating, but she could feel someone staring at her. She looked up and saw it was her mother, obviously not appreciating her comment about Florence. She left us, Mom said. And I'm not saying she didn't. Well, what are you saying, exactly? Asked Mom, glaring at Cherish. Can we just have a nice family dinner? Joy asked. I would hope that's what we're having. I asked Cherish a question, and I'm waiting on an answer. She's done a lot. That's all I'm saying. What else did you learn about bees, Caroline? Samuel asked, uttering the first words since he'd arrived. Just about how clever they are and how they adjust to the different seasons. They look after their queen and keep her warm in the winter, and they take it in turns huddling around her, buzzing their wings to create warmth. I've never given them too much thought, Samuel said. Me either, until I met Eddie. This chicken is delicious, Mrs. Brunner, Adam said. It's just a simple roast chicken. Yes, but it does taste extra special. And the sauerkraut is lovely, Caroline added. Everyone appreciates the work you do around the place, Wilma, and so do I. Danke, Levi, but sometimes I'm not sure that that's true. It is, Mom, Cherish assured her. The conversation for the rest of the meal was focused on Wilma. Cherish wasn't sure why her mother needed so much attention focused on herself when there were guests at the table. They didn't need to listen to Wilma feeling sorry for herself. Not tonight. Cherish decided then and there never to be like that when she became a full-fledged adult. When they were in the middle of dessert, Fairfax told everyone about his new job working for Florence and Carter at the old orchard his parents used to own. That night, after the guests left, after the kitchen had been cleaned up and the leftover food stored away, the girls went outside, like they normally did. Tonight, Cherish joined them. As soon as Caroline turned on her cell phone, it set off about 10 sounds, signifying that she'd gotten text messages. This'll be Eddie, Caroline said with a smile. For the next several minutes, Caroline and Eddie texted back and forth. It was too much for Favor. "Caroline, can you stop texting? You've already seen him today." "I can't help it. He's texting me, so I'm just texting him back." "Why do you need to talk to him at all?" "I don't need to. I want to." "It's the same difference," Favor grumbled. Caroline looked up from her phone. "Not really." "Now you know what it feels like to be shut out, Favor." Favor stared at Cherish. "What do you mean?" Cherish didn't care that the others wouldn't like what she was about to say. "Ever since she's been here, you hardly talk to me or the others." "Don't be silly. It's not true. We come out here and talk every night." "Yeah, but you and I used to always talk, just the two of us. Now that never happens." "It's not true," Favor mumbled as she looked over at Caroline. Caroline hadn't heard a word of the conversation between Favor and Cherish because she was formulating another text to Eddie. Cherish took advantage of Caroline being otherwise occupied. "I should tell Mom." "We're not 3 years old. We're nearly adults now." "I'm not. I'm only 14. Favor glared at Cherish. "You're nearly 15. "Yeah, well, nearly isn't close enough." Cherish wasn't sure what she meant by that comment, but she had to have the last word. "Don't you worry Mom about things that don't matter." "They matter to me." "Yeah, but not to anyone else," Favor said. When all was quiet, Caroline looked up from her phone. "I don't want to stop texting. Does anyone mind?" Bliss said she didn't mind. Favor shrugged her shoulders. Hope shook her head, while Cherish huffed in frustration, and then turned on her heel and headed back to the house. She still didn't have Favor back, and now they'd just had a disagreement. Bliss ran after her. "Hold up." Cherish had reached the porch and leaned against it. Chapter 24. Cherish appreciated Bliss's kindness more than ever. "What's wrong, Cherish?" "I'm sorry, Bliss, about listening in. It wasn't nice." Bliss sat on the top step of the porch, and Cherish sat next to her. "I don't know what gets into me sometimes. I know Adam loves you. I was just trying to be mean because I once liked him, and he never paid me any mind. Well, he did until he started liking you. I forgive you." Cherish studied her face. "Do you? Completely?" "Of course I do. You're my Schwester." "And what about what he said? He was concerned you might feel left behind with Hope and Fairfax getting married next year. Do you think he should have mentioned something about marriage by now? Given you a time frame?" "Nay, of course not. It'll happen. We're good together, and he knows that." Cherish was amazed that Bliss wasn't worried. "Don't start doubting him. It'll be like Hope all over again, and I can't take any more of the turmoil." "I won't." Bliss laughed and put her head on Cherish's shoulder. "I just want to enjoy myself before I get the responsibility of running a household and having babies." "Okay, if that's what you want." Cherish shrugged. "I do. I'm still getting used to the idea of having sisters. In a few years, you'll be at the farm, and I know I'll be married to Adam by then. If he decides he doesn't want to marry me, then that's okay." "It's truly okay?" "Oh, yeah. I wouldn't want to be married to someone who doesn't want me." "I see how you're thinking. Anyway, I'm glad you forgive me about before. That makes me feel better." "I do. But you really shouldn't listen in to private conversations." "I know." Cherish's teeth chattered together. "I might go to bed. It's freezing out here." "I like the cold." "Yeah, so do I when I've got 3 blankets on and I'm sitting in front of the fire, sipping hot soup." Cherish stood up. Bliss laughed. "Good night. Sweet dreams. Don't let the big bugs bite." "Isn't it supposed to be bed bugs?" Bliss's nose crinkled. "Is it?" "Yeah, don't let the bed bugs bite. But I won't let the big bugs bite either." Cherish hurried into the house. When she walked into her room, she saw Caramel on her bed, fast asleep. He'd worn himself out earlier playing with Joy's dog, Goldie. Cherish changed into her nightdress. She was glad she'd apologized to Bliss. With favor being brushed aside now that Caroline was forever texting back and forth with Eddie, it made Cherish wonder whether Favor would soon tire of her guest. Then Cherish remembered the letter she'd written to Caroline's folks. Surely they would have gotten it by now. The day after Christmas Day, everyone exchanged small gifts in the morning. Everyone appreciated Cherish's candies, and Levi laughed loudly when he saw his red socks. The truth was, she'd needed Wilma to help her knit them to get them finished in time. It was worth the trouble, because Levi couldn't stop smiling the whole morning. Chapter 25. Over the next few days, Cherish was preoccupied with thoughts of Joy. She thought Joy deserved to have a perfectly wonderful life, but things weren't that way for her right now. After her morning chores, she managed to talk Hope into driving her into town. Her plan was to visit the saddlery store and for Hope to keep Mark busy while she talked with Isaac. She had to make him see how much he was upsetting Joy. They decided to wait in the buggy until the store had no customers, but since Mark had a big sale on, it wasn't possible. As soon as one group of customers left, more customers walked in. Hope parked the buggy and they went inside. Mark was behind the counter ringing up items for sale, and Isaac was talking to someone at the back of the store. Each girl went a different way. When Isaac's customers walked away, Isaac looked up at Cherish, but there was no smile. He didn't look happy to see her. Cherish knew she had to talk quickly since Isaac was at work. It wasn't the ideal place to talk, but nothing about the situation was ideal. "Isaac, Joy told me what happened. She doesn't know I'm here." He set his pen and labels down on the floor. "What do you have to say? Can you fix it so the incident never happened?" "No, but—" "Can you turn back time?" "Nay, only God can do that." "Then what you say is of no interest. I don't mean to be rude, but there's nothing you can say that will change what my Fra has done. I'm busy today. Excuse me." Cherish's eyebrows pinched together. He called Joy his Fra. That didn't seem a good sign. It was almost as though he was holding her at arm's length, and Joy had told her that was how he'd been treating her. "What she did wasn't that bad." "Have you ever done something like that?" "Well, no, but I might, one day." He shook his head. "Even you have never done such a thing." "Why are you judging her?" He lowered his voice. "Because I work in a store, and I know what it feels like when something goes missing, and you know it hasn't been sold. Did it walk out the door on legs? Nay. Someone had to take it without paying, robbing Mark of money. It's gut-wrenching, even though it's not my business. It's Mark's. I feel for him. It's just not right." "No one said it was, but she knows her mistake. She's honest about it, and it was so out of character for her. She's such a good person, and—" "It's nice of you to try and speak up for her, but I can't help the way I feel. I'm disappointed. I thought I knew her, and it turns out I don't." "But you do. She was under pressure." "What pressure? I've given her everything." Cherish was a little shocked when he raised his voice. She glanced over her shoulder to see if anyone had heard. Hope was doing a good job of keeping Mark involved in a conversation. Cherish turned back to Isaac. "Forget it. Maybe Joy's the one who should be disappointed. Disappointed that she has married someone so cold-hearted. She needs to be loved and looked after, not judged and looked down upon. I wish she'd never married you." Cherish stomped away. When she got to the end of the aisle, she spun around and walked back to him. He stood there staring at her. "Do you think you're perfect?" Cherish asked him. He shook his head. "You're not. You're fat, and you're boring. You're lucky Joy ever married you." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she felt awful. Then she turned and ran out of the shop and continued to the buggy. She hadn't even said hello to Mark. She'd totally ignored him. She'd only just sat in the buggy when Hope joined her, sitting in the driver's seat. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Everything. Let's just go." Hope wasted no time in moving the buggy away. Will you tell me what's going on? Nothing. Cherish bit her lip, knowing she'd have to face Isaac one day soon, and apologize to him, just as she'd apologized to Bliss. It is something. Tell me, or I'll tell Mom and Levi that you had me drive out here. Cherish put her hand on her heart. It was beating so fast. Then her hand went to her head. She was burning up. It's just that I wanted him to arrange something really important for Joy, and he refused. He's so stubborn. Why are you so mad? He made me mad. Hope looked at the road ahead. You've really got to do something about your temper. My what? Cherish screeched. When she heard herself, she got a fright and slumped further into the buggy seat. I know. You're right. Cherish's voice trailed away as she looked out the window at the cars. Speaking to Isaac like that was the worst thing she'd ever done. He was a nice person, and he didn't deserve what she had said. But how he was treating Joy was disturbing. She nibbled on the end of a fingernail. Had she just made things a whole lot worse for Joy? How could she ever look Isaac in the face again after yelling at him and calling him fat? She wished she could tell Hope the whole story and get her opinion, but she'd given her word to Joy that she wouldn't tell a soul about what Joy had done. Keeping the secrets of others was such a burden. I need to go to the fabric shop and collect something for Joy. Right now? Yeah. It's back the other way. I know. Sorry. Hope moved the buggy off the road, and when there was no traffic, she directed the horse to make a U-turn. Chapter 26. Hope didn't want to be tempted to buy anything, so she waited in the buggy while Cherish went into the fabric and yarn store. Marilyn, the same woman who was making the dress for her, met Cherish at the counter. I'm here to pick up I Remember You, Marilyn said. Is it ready? It's been waiting for you for some time. I know I'm late. I meant to come before now, but things got in the way. I can't wait to see it. What was your name again? Cherish Baker. In less than a minute, Marilyn was back with the pink dress on a hanger covered in a layer of plastic. Here it is. She pulled off the plastic, and Cherish couldn't keep the smile from her face. It was worth every cent of the money. Oh, I love it! It's identical to the other one. Do you still have the other one, the sample? Sure, it's right here at the back. She lifted the first dress to reveal the other one. What do you think? Does it meet with your approval? It's beautiful. It's even nicer than this one, and I didn't think it was possible. The woman laughed. If my customers are happy, then I'm happy. I am happy, and so will my sister be. Marilyn looked on the tag. Are you taking it with you today? Yes, please. Cherish reached into her bag and pulled out the balance of the money she owed the woman. I hope your sister appreciates all the trouble you went to. She will. She deserves to have something special, and this dress is so special. And I hope she has a girl to wear it. Has she had the baby yet? No, I hope she has a girl too. I'm sure it will be a girl. But if it's not, she can save it for the next baby. Would you like it gift-wrapped? I would love that. I'm not the best wrapper of presents. We don't normally do that, but I will do it today. Thank you. I'm going to go right over and give it to her. She is due any time now. I hope everything goes well for her. Me too. Did you finish that blanket? I did, and you were right. It didn't take long at all. I'm going to give that to her today as well. I meant to, but I forgot to bring it with me. I'll have to give it to her next time. Cherish stood and watched the woman wrap the dress in glossy white paper. Then she picked up a bag with different colored bows. I'm guessing a pink bow. Cherish nodded. Yes, please. A few minutes later, Cherish walked out of the store. On the way to the buggy, she left the sample dress on a bus seat. She was going to throw it in the trash, but didn't have the heart. Someone might come upon it and keep it for themselves. What have you got there? Hope asked. It's a present for Joy. Can we go there now? Hope rolled her eyes. Mom will be after me to do my chores. I already did mine. I was up at 5. I can take you to Joy's, but someone will have to fetch you later. Okay, don't leave it too late. I want to leave there before Isaac gets home from work. Half an hour later, Cherish walked into Joy's house without even knocking. Hello, Joy. I've got a present for you. Joy appeared from the kitchen and walked toward her. A present for me? Yeah, it's a present, but it's not a surprise. Not really, because you know what it is. I've got no idea what it is. It's your dress. I said I'd get a dress made exactly like the other one, and I did. Cherish handed over the package. Oh, it's wrapped so beautifully. I didn't do it. It was the lady from the store. Let's sit down. They headed over to one of the 2 small couches and sat down. Joy unwrapped the package and held the dress up by the shoulders. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's even nicer than the other one. She hugged it to herself. It's so precious. Phew, I'm glad you like it. How did you ever find somebody to make it? I can't tell you that. Why not? I just want that to be my little secret. Oh, please tell me, Cherish. All right, Cherish laughed, feeling good about herself for making Joy happy. At first, I asked Mom, but she said she couldn't do it, and that it was made by a machine, a special knitting machine. I said she could do it, because I didn't see why not. I decided that I'd give it a go myself, so I took it to the store, and the lady told me the same as what Mom said. But then she said she could make it. Oh, you did it for me? It must have cost a fortune. It wasn't that much. Joy put the dress on her lap. Now I feel bad about it costing you so much. Hey, what else am I going to do with my money? You could do something useful with it. Do I have to remind you I already own a farm and part of an orchard? I'm a rich woman. Joy laughed. When you put it that way, it sounds like you are. I just want you to be happy, Joy. I like to see you smiling. You deserve it. I think Isaac is getting better. He just needed time. I married him because he's got so many good qualities. And because you love him. Joy laughed. There is that, too. I do have to tell you I was surprised by what you did, but I don't think less of you. Not at all. Cherish just wished Isaac felt the way she did. Joy needed unconditional love, not to be loved only if she behaved a certain way. Oh, Cherish. Joy looked really bothered, and Cherish wished she'd kept her mouth shut. What is it? It was an accident. What was? The whole shoplifting incident. In what way? In a millisecond, Cherish recalled everything Joy had told her about what had happened, and there was no mention of any accident. Joy shook her head. I didn't tell you the whole truth of it. There's more? There is. Tell me now. Joy swallowed hard. I saw the dress and really wanted it. I did. Then I thought about Isaac's reaction. If I spent money on something so frivolous as a dress our baby would never wear outside of the house. Joy paused, and Cherish was confused, wondering what she might possibly say next. For an instant, I had the thought to steal it. Just put it in my bag and walk right out of the store. But I didn't do it. It was a kind of what-if thought. I don't understand. They accused you of stealing it, and you admitted it? Joy sighed. You see, I put it back on the rack, or rather, thought I did. And then the hanger must have hooked itself onto my bag without me knowing. When I walked out of the store, the saleswoman asked me to come back in. I thought I must have dropped something, and then she pointed to the baby dress. Why didn't you explain what happened? It was no use. The way the woman looked at me, I knew she was convinced I stole it. And I'd had the evil thought to do it. Cherish rubbed her head. This is madness. Why did you go through all that with the police and having Isaac think you stole something when you didn't? Not intentionally. And now Mark and Christina know about it, too. In my heart, I did steal it. Joy, in my heart, I might murder someone, but I wouldn't admit to it if that person was found dead. Joy rested her hand on her stomach. It's not the same thing, Cherish. It was a test from Gott. And it was also a test for Isaac. A test that Isaac was failing, Cherish thought. I can't believe you put yourself through all that humiliation because you thought you were doing the right thing. It says in Proverbs, "For as he thinks in his heart, so is he." Yeah, but you admitted something you didn't do. It's not the same, Joy. You were tempted, yes, but you resisted the temptation. You don't go around admitting to stuff you didn't do. At least tell Isaac everything. What's done is done, and it happened for a reason. Yeah, lots of bad reasons. You've got to tell Isaac. Nay, I won't. Cherish jumped to her feet. You have to, and then you have to go to that shopkeeper who said you could keep the dress. She probably felt sorry for you, but she shouldn't have. Then we'll go to the police and tell them the truth. Nay, the owner of the store isn't pressing charges, so that's my blessing in all this. Good, because you haven't done anything. She thinks I have. Maybe she'll get a blessing from God, too, for her kindness. Yeah, well, it could have gone the other way, and you'd be having the baby behind bars. Let's go. I'm taking you there right now. Joy frowned and slapped Cherish's hand away. I can't. You can, and you will. I'm too tired. You can sleep when you get home. Nay, Cherish. Yeah, you're coming with me. Cherish leaned forward again and grabbed Joy's arm to try to pull her off the couch. When Joy let out a cry, Cherish stepped back in fright. Did I hurt you? I think the Bopley's coming. Chapter 27. Cherish tried her best to keep it together. What would she do if Joy was having the baby right now? Would she have to deliver it? I think I'm in labor. I wouldn't joke about it. Joy winced and her face contorted. The baby's coming right now? Cherish clutched her throat. They were alone at Joy's house. How long would it take for someone else to get here? So many things ran through her mind before Joy spoke again. No, I don't think so. I've just been getting these twinges for the last few days. That's supposed to happen in the last few days, I'm told. That one was bad, though. Not like the others. This must be the real thing. I must be in labor. The Bopley can't be too far away, then. It can't be too soon for me. Me too. What do I do? Cherish did her best to remain calm. She didn't want to do or say anything that would upset Joy. Take that dress that I got from the store and do something with it. Throw it away, give it away. I don't care what you do with it. It doesn't have good memories for me. But your dress does. I've already gotten rid of the dress. Don't worry. Danka, Cherish. It was so kind and sweet of you to do that. That's just the sort of person I am. But... Cherish crouched down in front of Joy. You must not have people thinking you stole when you didn't. In my heart, I did. Please believe me when I say it's not the same. Sure, it might say something like what you said in the Bible, but the laws of the land are made for people who actually do wrong things, and not the people who only think them. Joy huffed. It sounds sensible when you say it like that. Tears filled Joy's eyes. I should have told Isaac the complete truth right at the beginning of this, but I wanted him to love me no matter what. You should have told the people at the store the truth. They wouldn't have believed me. I just wanted Isaac to still love me, even if I'd done wrong. The thing is that if anyone else had done it, it might not have been so shocking. But to hear you had done something like that, it was unbelievable. It's not in you to do it. I can see why Isaac is shocked and confused. You're siding with him? I'm siding with both of you. And yeah, you should tell him the whole and complete truth. He's your husband. He just upset me, so that's why I kept quiet. Joy's face screwed up again. Cherish jumped up. Is it the Bopley? That one was a little bit stronger. What should I do? Boil water? Get towels? Wait, do you have lots of clean towels? Relax. Nothing is happening yet. It won't for hours. They said the first one takes hours and hours. I told you that already. But if it does come quick, Are you prepared? Yeah. I've had nothing to do for months but get ready for the birth. That's all that's been on my mind. I have a list of numbers to call if I was here by myself. It's on the counter by the sink. Joy pointed to where it was. In case you haven't noticed, there's a shanty 2 houses up where you can make the calls. I noticed it. The first call will be to Lizzie, the midwife, then Isaac, and then Mom. Got it. Can I make you anything? I'm not hungry or thirsty. What about a glass of water? Cherish talked slow, trying to calm her own nerves. I just said I wasn't thirsty. Well, I have to do something for you. There's nothing you can do yet except sit here and talk to me. Tell me something interesting. How are Eddie and Caroline getting on? They seem to be getting on okay. They're talking on the phone and texting all the time and calling each other. That's a good sign. And you know she spent part of Christmas Day with his family, don't you? We heard about it when we were there for Christmas dinner. I might just get up and walk around. Joy pulled herself to her feet and then stopped and looked down. What? Cherish asked. Joy looked up at her and didn't speak. What? Cherish asked again. My water just broke. What should I do? Call the midwife, quick. And Isaac. Also call Mom. Hurry! Cherish was immediately sick to the stomach as she dashed to the kitchen to grab the list. When she got back to the living room, she said, Will you be all right by yourself? Yeah, make the calls and hurry back. I will. Don't start before I get back. Cherish dashed to the door. Don't be that long. As she left the house, Cherish yelled out, Hold on! Don't push! Go, Cherish, go! Once Cherish was out of the house, she bunched up the sides of her dress in her hands and ran up the road with the cold wind biting into her cheeks. She'd forgotten to take her coat, but it didn't matter. Cherish grabbed hold of the phone's receiver and uncrumpled the note. It was hard to make her hands work in the cold, but she managed to dial the number at the top of the list. Once Cherish had called everyone, she ran back to the house, hoping and praying that Joy's baby would arrive safely and the midwife would come soon. Cherish pushed open the front door and saw Joy walking up and down in the living room. Oh, good, you haven't had it yet. Joy stopped walking. It could be hours away. That long? I guess. I'm not totally sure. Everyone's on their way. Dinka. What can I do? Just stay here. Cherish sat down on the couch, feeling helpless, as Joy continued walking up and down. Chapter 28. When the midwife arrived, Cherish thought she was more pleased to see her than Joy was. She's here. I can leave now. You're not going anywhere, Joy said. Mom will be here any minute. Then I'll leave. I'm not watching anything that'll give me nightmares for years. Joy wailed as another contraction overcame her. Cherish decided at that moment she was never having children. She had decided that before, but now this had strengthened the resolve of that decision. Why did women go through all this pain deliberately when they could adopt? After the midwife walked in, Cherish filled her in on when the contractions had started. We need fresh towels, Cherish, the midwife said. I'll get them. What else? Just do what your Schwester says. My back needs rubbing, Joy whined. I'll rub it as soon as I get the towels. Cherish ran to the cupboard and pulled out the towels and took a bundle back to the midwife. Why is she feeling pain in her back? Isn't it supposed to be at the front? It depends where the baby is lying. Some women feel it in the back. I can hear you, Joy snapped at Cherish, and I don't want to. I'm not saying anything bad. Don't say anything, Cherish. I won't. It was going to be difficult not to talk or ask questions. After a while, Cherish managed to pull the midwife aside. How long is this all going to take? It's hard to say. It takes as long as it takes. Where's Mom? Joy moaned. Do you want me to wait outside for her? Yes, if you're not going to stop talking. I'm sorry. I tried. I really did. Cherish walked out of the house feeling bad for her sister and for any woman who had to go through what Joy was about to go through. She leaned against the house and looked down the road. A small buggy appeared. She squinted hard and saw it was their mother coming. At last. When Mom pulled into the driveway, Cherish hurried to greet her. "What took you so long?" "It was hard to get away." "You better hurry and get inside. I'll look after the horse." "How far along is she?" "I don't know. No one will tell me." "Just hold on to the horse. Don't unhitch it. I'll be back in a minute." Cherish gasped. "In a minute? Aren't you staying?" Mom huffed. "There's not much point me being here if the midwife's here." "Joy needs you. Of course the midwife would be here, and you said all along you'll be with her." "I'll go see how she is." Cherish stood there with the horse, amazed at her mother. She hadn't been there long when Isaac arrived. He stopped his horse and buggy alongside her. "How is she, Cherish?" She was surprised he was talking to her after what she'd said to him. "She's in pain. You've got to hear this. Joy told me the truth of what happened." "I've got to see her." "No, listen. She thought about taking that dress, but she didn't. It accidentally hooked onto her somehow when she was hanging it back on the display rack, and that's how she came to walk out of the store with it." Cherish spoke as fast as she could. "What are you on about?" "She only admitted to it because she had thought about doing it, and she considers herself guilty because of that. Do you see?" "Not really. Did the two of you cook up this story between you?" "Nay. She would never do something like that. She's the most honest person I know. She's too honest for her own good. That's her problem." "If she didn't steal, why did she admit to it?" He shook his head. "It's not important. I've got to get to her." As he walked to the house, she called after him. She thought it was God's way of making her face horrible thoughts of stealing. Can't you understand? He turned around. "I need to see my Fra." "Stop and listen, will you? She's not giving birth for hours yet. I want 1 minute of your time." He walked over to her with his hands on his hips. "If this is another one of your stories, Cherish, I'm going to be very angry." "Hey, I resemble that remark." He shook his head. "You mean you resent it?" "That too." He frowned and looked down at the ground. "Why hasn't Joy ever told me this herself?" "Why would she? You've been mean to her. She told me that the way you've been treating her over this whole thing, you don't deserve to know the truth." "Is that what she said?" "Yeah. And I'm sorry for what I said to you before, at the store. I just wanted you to see how special Joy is. I want you to treat her like she should be treated." Isaac said nothing and walked away from Cherish, leaving her feeling wretched. The whole thing wasn't fair. Should the truth matter so much to Isaac? Did Joy need to be perfect for him to love her? Cherish was thinking all kinds of mean things about Isaac when her mother walked out of Joy's house. Chapter 29. Cherish left the horse and ran to her mother. "What are you doing?" "Going home." "You can't. Joy has been asking for you every 5 minutes." "I'm not feeling that good. I have a bad headache. I can't stay." Cherish couldn't believe her ears. "I'm not feeling well either, but if Joy wanted me to stay, I'd stay. And your headache is not half as bad as what Joy's going through right now. If your head was so bad that you couldn't stay, you wouldn't have been able to drive the buggy." "Are you calling me a liar, Cherish? Because I will not have that. I'll not have one of my own daughters calling me a liar." "I'm not calling you a liar. I'm sure you do have a headache, but Joy was desperate for you to come here. Can't you take something for your headache?" "You know I don't like drugs. I just have to lie down. I just went in to tell her hello and wish her well." "Joy wants you here, and she needs you." "You stay if it means so much to you." "I'm not her mother. She wants you. She needs you now more than ever." Her mother grabbed the reins. "Don't tell me what to do. You're a child. Joy was perfectly fine when I said I couldn't stay." "She wouldn't want you to stay if you were ill. She was thinking of you and not herself. Don't you see that?" "Move aside, unless you want the horse to step on you." Wilma climbed up into the buggy. The whole time she'd been there, she hadn't shown one sign of being ill. "You were at Honor's and Mercy's Bopley's births. I didn't have a headache. Do call and tell me whether it's a boy or a girl. I'll come back if I'm feeling better." Cherish moved away, and Wilma backed the horse and buggy and then headed them down the driveway. At that moment, Cherish wanted to scream with frustration. Why was everyone letting Joy down? Now she couldn't leave. Cherish walked back inside and closed the door behind her. Joy was still walking up and down, while Isaac was standing there, looking concerned and helpless. The midwife was sitting down, looking a little bored. When Cherish walked further into the house, she tripped on a floorboard that was slightly raised. "Someone should fix that," she muttered under her breath. Joy looked at Cherish. "Mom left." "I know, but I'm staying." "Dinka, Cherish." "I wish she would have stayed." "She has a headache," Joy said. "I know." Then Joy leaned on Isaac as she had another contraction. "How long is it going to take?" Cherish whispered to the midwife. "It could be a few more hours." When the pain eased, Joy continued to walk up and down. "You won't leave, will you, Cherish?" "I won't. I'll stay right by your side." "Good, but please don't talk." Joy looked at Isaac. "And stop telling me to breathe." "Okay, I won't," he said. "No one say anything," Joy told everyone. Chapter 30. Over the next few hours, Cherish had made everyone sandwiches, cooked a hot meal, and brewed several pots of tea. Everyone, that was, except for Joy, who couldn't bear the sight of food. It was 11 that night when Joy had the urge to push. It happened right there in the living room. Joy moaned and groaned and made many funny noises. Cherish had to look away. "Here he comes," the midwife said. Cherish turned around just in time to see a baby slither into the midwife's hands. He was small, pink, and very wet. "It's a boy?" Cherish asked. No one said anything as the baby was handed to Joy. Joy smiled at the baby and stroked her newborn all over with her hands. Then it let out a little cry. "She's a girl," Isaac said in a broken voice. He was close to tears. "It's a girl! You have a girl, Joy! A doctor!" The midwife covered both mother and baby with a large blanket. Cherish wiped the tears from her eyes. It had been the most emotion-filled moment she'd ever had. "She's beautiful, Joy," Cherish said as she stepped closer. "Cherish, why don't you let everyone know?" Isaac suggested. "Yeah, I'll do that." "Take the flashlight and take Goldie with you. I've closed him in the bedroom." "Okay." Cherish wasted no time getting to the phone. Caroline answered the phone in the barn. "She's had a girl, Caroline." "Oh, how exciting. They've all stayed up. Here's your mother now." Breathlessly, Wilma said, "Cherish?" "Yeah, it's me. She's had a girl." "A girl? Wunderbar. Praise be to Gott." "How's your headache now?" "Much better. We'll be there first thing in the morning. Are they both well?" "Yeah. Please call everyone else. I'll stay on their couch tonight." Cherish hung up and looked down at Goldie. "Danka for coming with me, Goldie, and protecting me out here. Let's go home." She and the dog ran back to the house, and then she closed Goldie back into the bedroom. Cherish left Isaac and Joy in the living room with the baby and headed to the kitchen. The midwife was sitting down eating a sandwich. "How is everything?" Cherish asked. "Just fine. Now we just have to wait for the placenta to come out." "That's enough of the details, thanks." Cherish shook her head and then headed to get herself a glass of water. The midwife giggled. "It'll be your turn soon enough." "Well, not necessarily. I'm not planning on anything anytime soon. I won't be old enough to marry for another 2 years. The time will pass quickly." Cherish sat opposite her. "I'm staying the night on the couch or somewhere." "I'll stay until all is well, and then I'll go home to get a few hours' sleep and come back in the morning." "Can I make you anything? Cup of tea or coffee?" "Just this is fine." After the arrival of the placenta, and after the baby had her first breastfeeding, the midwife decided it was time for her to leave. Joy and Isaac went to their bedroom with the newborn, and Goldie was let out into the living room with Cherish. While Goldie slept on the rug in front of the fire, Cherish made herself comfortable on the couch under a quilt. When all was quiet in the middle of the night, she heard Joy and Isaac talking. She didn't want to eavesdrop, but she couldn't block her ears. "I'm sorry I've been so mean to you these past several weeks," Isaac said. "It's fine." "I'm also sorry that your mother didn't stay." "I didn't need her. Cherish was here all the way through. All I needed was you." "I wouldn't miss being with you. Speaking of Cherish, she told me what happened with the shoplifting. Is that the truth of it?" "Oh, Isaac, I don't want to talk about that now." "I know it is the truth. It made total sense when Cherish said it. I should have known there was some misunderstanding. How could you ever feel the same about me with how I treated you?" "Let's put those last few weeks out of our minds. We have a brand new beginning with our doctor." "Now that she's here, we have to think up a name." "That's the most difficult thing of all." He chuckled. "It can't be as difficult as what you've been through just now." "You're right. That was the most difficult thing I've been through in my whole life." Then Cherish's heavy eyelids closed, and she didn't hear any more. That night, Wilma appeared to Cherish in a dream. Her mother's eyes were filled with tears. "Mom, why didn't you stay with Joy?" "It brings up so many memories with a connection to the past." This time, she could see her mother was truly bothered by something. Did it bring back memories of her first birth, when she was an unwed mother and gave her child to her sister to raise? She must have had deep regrets. In her dream, they were at Joy's house. Cherish put her arm around her mother and led her out of the house and down the steps. "I understand, Mom." "Do you, Cherish?" "I do." Wilma walked to the waiting horse and buggy. Cherish walked back up the steps, then leaned against the doorway and watched her mother, a sad, pitiful figure of a woman, climb into the buggy. Wilma was a woman who had so many secrets, and most of those secrets had led to huge regrets. In her sleepy state, Cherish decided never to be like her mother. 2 weeks later, Joy sat on the stairs of her porch with Faith, her baby, wrapped in the oversized pink blanket that Cherish had made. Faith wore the prettiest pink dress Joy had ever seen. It was the one that Cherish had gone to so much trouble to get her. That made it even more special. It didn't matter that no one would see her baby, pretty in pink. Just as adults had to wear plain clothes, so too did their babies, so pride wouldn't creep in. Faith would wear all the correct clothes and in suitable colors when they went out. This dress was only for home, and it was the one exception. Joy looked down at her sleeping baby, and love welled up inside her. She couldn't have been happier with her baby and with her life, now that everything with Isaac was good. She'd never put him to any kind of test again, and neither would she judge herself harshly. When Joy had been growing up, her sisters used to snigger about her behind her back. She heard them say she'd never marry, but she had married, and now she had a family. Her own family to love and look after. It was the best feeling in the world. Goldie sat on the ground next to her and lifted his paw so gently toward the baby. Joy held Faith up so Goldie could get a better look. "You'll have to wait a while until she can throw a ball to you, but I'm sure you two will be best friends." Joy looked back down at her sleeping baby. Joy had trusted God, and He had blessed her and her family. So what better name could their baby have than Faith? This has been A Baby for Joy, the Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 15, written by Samantha Price, narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Copyright 2020 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2020 by Samantha Price.